Welcome to Alpha203, Mobile Optimized Forms with Alpha Anywhere. In this course, you're going to expand your understanding of how to use the powerful form view control along with the list control in an Alpha Anywhere UX component. The form view control can have a dramatic improvement on the power and simplicity of your mobile applications. The form view control will allow you to build mobile applications with a dramatically larger number of data elements, but not suffer performance impacts. This will also allow you to create interfaces that are optimized for the mobile experience. You're going to be able to build more complex mobile applications that are faster and easier to maintain. By mastering the list form view combination, you will take your mobile applications to the next level. In this course, we'll be covering the following core topics: offline data management with the list control, benefits of the form view control, creating your first form view control and connecting to a list, form view concepts and data layout, data editors and data editor sets, the list form view editor data linkage. We'll also show you how to create your own data editors, capture images using the form view, and also do mapping with the form view control. We are also going to show you how to enhance the style of your mobile application and test it using the remote test capability. And as a special bonus, we're going to include a desktop web system that allows you to view the data captured by your form view-driven mobile application. By the end of this course, you'll be able to take your Alpha Anywhere mobile development application skill sets to the next level. You'll be able to build mobile anywhere applications faster, with higher performance, and less maintenance than the alternatives. Our first step in our Alpha203 training is to download and extract the training files. In your lesson, you will see a download link to bring down a zip file called Alpha203 training files. Bring that down to a location. In my case, I'm putting it on the desktop. Then right-click on the zip file and say Extract All. Select a destination. In my case, I'm going to go ahead and browse and go to my desktop, and I'm going to extract the files there and select Folder. And now click Extract. So you'll notice that it now extracted my files onto a folder here. And if you'll notice in here, it's taking me to my desktop. So I can actually close this window, and I'm just going to double click here. So here are the different files. The most important for now is our Alpha203 workspace file. You'll also see we included some sample inspection and survey images, their logo, and also our database in case you ever need that. So right-click on this folder and select Copy from the drop-down. Now what I'd like you to do is navigate to your Documents directory and locate your directory where you store all of your project files. In this case, I'm storing them all within Alpha Anywhere v12. And I'm going to go ahead and right-click here or click here under Paste to paste that folder there. So now we've put our Alpha project file or workspace file into a location we know. And if we open that, you'll see here's my project file. Now we need to do one other thing. We need to copy into this folder our database. So what you can do is navigate back to your desktop, locate the Alpha203 training files, locate Alpha Sports 203, right-click on that, and copy that. And what I'm going to do is go back to my documents, go into Alpha Anywhere v12, and into our Alpha203, and I'm going to go ahead and paste that right here so it's with my files. Now you don't have to have it in this location, but it's convenient in this situation here. So now we have our workspace unzipped and located on our directory that holds all of our projects. We also have our database copied. I do like to copy the database because then if we make any alterations, etc., you can always restore it in the future to start from scratch. Once we've done that, let's go ahead and go into the Alpha Anywhere system. Either click on your desktop icon or select it from your quick start. Always make sure that you run it as an administrator. That way you can ensure that Alpha will have access to all the things that needs to be done on your system. Now, when your Alpha Anywhere opens up, you may be on this News and Updates, which is nice. It gives you an update of the newest items here. You can also check for news and updates. But let's go here to Workspace and Tasks and click Open an Existing Workspace. And if you had opened it before, it would be showing here, but we haven't done that. So we're going to click OK. And now what I'd like you to do is navigate to your documents where you located our new workspace. So click Documents. I'm going here to Alpha Anywhere V12. I'm going to go into my Alpha203, and you'll notice here it's showing me my Alpha203 workspace document. Click Open. Now you'll notice you may get this message here. Whenever Alpha develops or submits a new release, it gives you an update here. Now this isn't a pre-release, it's an official release. So it's just letting you know that in our case, there's a new release that's newer than the one I have, and I can quickly download it if I so choose. You can also click here to say do not show this notice again, so therefore it won't keep popping this up each time you open it up. But if there's a new one, it will redo that just to make sure you know what's available. For now, click Close, and we're into our system here. I'm going to go over here and click to Web Components. You'll notice this is the first time I've opened this project, so it needs to analyze the files. And now it shows us the files. In this case, we only had one file because it came from our Alpha 202 course. Now we have to do one last very important thing. Go to Tools, Alpha DAO Connection Strings. And this is the connection string that connects to our data source. Now, this has been set up with my user directory for my machine when I developed this. So we need to map this to yours. So let's click Edit, click Build, and then what I'd like you to do is click next to File Name, the little folder icon. And what I'd like you to do is go ahead and navigate to where we copied that database. So I'm going to go to Documents, Alpha Anywhere V12, Alpha 203, and there is my Alpha Sports 203 database that we'll be using for this project. And click Open. Basically what we've done now is said on your particular system where Alpha can find that database. And again, since you have a different directory structure than I do, we need to do this to make sure it works properly. Now before you leave the screen, go ahead and click Test Connection and make sure it says Succeeded. This just makes sure everything is going to work perfect. We don't have to worry about it from here. Go ahead and click OK. Go ahead and click OK here. You'll notice that it rewrote the connection string. So click OK. And last but not least, we can click Close. So now you have your workspace ready to go, your database ready to go, and our connection string, we're ready to start our training. Now that your project's set up, we're ready to go. I don't want to actually overwrite our main UX in case you want to look at that from Alpha 201, 202. So we're going to actually create a new UX, which will be the core of our application. So make sure you're on the Web Projects Control Panel. Do that either by clicking down here on this tab, or if you see Control Panel up here, actually if we're on Control Panel, you'll see you have Web Projects up here. Click on there. Make sure you're at Web Components here, and select your drop-down next to this little icon right here. And this is the shortcut to be able to create a control very, very quickly. So let's go ahead and select UX Component. This will open up our component template. Since we are focusing on a mobile solution, we're going to go ahead and use one of the mobile templates. Let's go ahead and scroll down. And let's go locate Mobile App Framework _ Panel Navigator with tab buttons using control bars. And click OK. Now this is asking me, since I'm using a more modern style, I'm going to go ahead and click to say Use Pulse Effect. And you'll see now it's building my component, and there's a little help right here. Let's go ahead and click Close. Here is our component. So let's go ahead and save that right away. So click Save. And I'm just going to call that main203 _ UX. Again, it doesn't really matter. But in my case, I want to distinguish this one from our previous one. So I'm going to call that main203 _ UX and click Save. So let's take a look at our component. you'll see that it has a panel navigator, a header, and a footer. And in those cases, we have control bars in both of those. And we have a preset set of panel cards. So I'm going to click Working Preview. And you'll see, as I scroll down, I have the basics of a solution. So I've got my drop-down menu here. I've got a series of icons here. When I select those icons, you'll notice that it goes back and forth between the different panel cards and the content that's associated with it. So we'll go ahead and start working with this. Let's go ahead and go back into Design. And then what I want to do is immediately start setting up my panel cards. Now, as you'll notice, it built in defaulted names for the panel cards. And that works fine, but since we are going to be focused on creating a better environment, one of the first things you should always do is name your panel cards. Because if you don't name your panel cards, then later on it becomes more difficult to kind of understand what's going on when you get into navigation behaviors, etc. So let's go through a real quick exercise to rename these. So select the opening tag for panel card _1, go over to the right, where it says ID, click there. And you'll notice it opens up my ID. And I'm going to rename this to PC_home. And click OK. Now we have our first panel card, which will be our home page for our application, our mobile application, and it's named Home. So next, let's go to panel card number 2 and rename that. So I'm going to click on here. I'm going to go PC_list. So now we have our PC_list because we're going to put a list component here. Next is panel card number 3. And let's go ahead and select that. And let's call that PC_form_view. Because as we progress in the training, we're going to use the form view component to help us with our mobile optimized forms. Click OK. Now we need to name our last panel card. So go ahead and select the opening tag for panel card _4. Come over here to the ID, and let's call that PC_editor. And this will be associated with our form view, and we'll explain that a little later in our training. Go ahead and click OK. So now we have our first UX ready to go. We've renamed some of these pieces. A few things we need to rewire in a few moments, but we have the basic structure with each of our panel cards named, which is very critical for your later steps. Let's go ahead and click Save to save this, and we can move to the next lesson. Now that we've changed the name of our panel cards, let me show you something. Let's go into Working Preview. You'll notice that we have two control bars, one at the top and one at the bottom. And on the bottom, we have what is called a button list, which is a single control that is on our control bar that has multiple items to them. So I'm going to go ahead and select one of these here. And you'll notice that it gives me a JavaScript area. And you'll notice that it gives us a JavaScript error. That's because we renamed the panel cards. So there's a built-in function that does the navigation when these buttons are clicked, and we need to make a quick change to that so that this will work correctly. So let's go back to OK. Let's go back into Design, and let's take a look at our control bar. Go ahead and go into Control Bar, click on Items, and you'll see we have a single item here called Button List. And in that item, we have Button List Settings, and if I open that up by double-clicking on it, you'll see that there are a series of buttons, so each one of these. The nice thing about a button list is you can have as many buttons as you want, and therefore you don't have a whole bunch of different controls that are being built up. So there are 4 buttons currently, Panel 1, Panel 2, Panel 3, and Panel 4, and they're using specific data here in terms of the icon and what's also called the value. So let's go ahead and cancel out of here. So let's go to look at what happens when the person clicks on a button. So when a person clicks on Button List, it triggers an action called Action 1. And actions are located on this tab here. So I'm going to go to Actions here, and you'll see we have action 1. And what it's doing is running a little piece of JavaScript here. So let me walk through how this works. So in this script, the first thing it does is each of those buttons has what's called a value, and it extracts that value. Then what it does, it takes that value and appends it to panel card. So remember our previously we had panel card underscore 1, 2, 3, 4. And in this case, the panel number was extracting the value of each of those buttons, and each of the buttons had 1, 2, 3, 4. Then it does a panel set active to that target panel name. So basically it's dynamically building up the panel card. Now we've gone in and changed the panel card names, so we can modify this. Instead of storing in the value a 1, 2, 3, 4, we can actually put the panel card itself and go right in here and put that in target panel. So we can get rid of this and simplify this. So the first thing we want to do is go to line 18, highlight panel number, and type target panel. Make sure you use camel case, meaning it's lowercase and then uppercase here. Then what I'd like you to do is remove line 19. So now how this script works is basically it's going to look at the value of the button, which will now be the name of the panel card itself, grab that value out, and execute the panel set active. So we've essentially simplified this a little bit. Now what we need to do is go back to those buttons and put in the specific names we need for the target panels, because that's going to be looking for that data value. To do that, we go back to Items, select button list number 1, and open up button list settings. And so you'll see we have our different panel buttons, and you notice the value 1, 2, 3, 4. That's how it worked before it combined that. So you'll notice that if we go ahead and edit one of these buttons, you'll see we have the name of it, the icon, and the value. So we want to change that value from, in our case, a number to, for instance, in our first button, we want PC_home, which is the name of the panel card. So let's go ahead and modify panel 1 to be value PC home and click OK. Now you'll notice in the list it says PC home. Let's do the same thing for panel 2. So select panel 2, edit that button, and go to the value, highlight it, delete it, and let's go PC list. So that's PC_list. And you'll notice I'm putting it all in uppercase. So make sure you're putting these items in uppercase. Now we go to panel card number 3, edit that button, and we want to change that to PC_form view and click OK. So you notice we're basically giving the name of the panel card as the value for each one of these. Panel 4, let's edit that button and make this one to be PC_editor, which is our last panel card, and click OK. So now that we've renamed the value, when that little JavaScript runs, it's going to grab this and say, oh, you want to go to PC home, and do the navigation there. So now click OK. Click OK here. Let's save this. Click Working Preview. I'm going to scroll down, and I'll select here. And notice I'm on panel 2, which is now called PC_list. I'm going to click this third item here. Goes to the third one, which is PC_form view, and last one, editor. So just make sure to click through here, and you should see it's still going to say panel 1, 2, 3, which is just the text inside there, but it's actually navigating to the correct panel card. Let's go ahead and go back into design, and we can make one more enhancement. While we're working with the lower control bar, let's go ahead and make adjustments to these icons. They really don't match what our system does at this time. So what I'm going to do is go in and just modify really quickly what those control bar button icons are. So to do so, go into Design, locate control bar number 2, which is in the panel footer, double click to open it up, and you'll see we have our button list. Make sure you're on the Items tab. With button list selected, go over here to the right where you have button list settings and click that button there. And you'll see here are our different buttons and the current SVG icons that are associated with them. So we can merely edit these buttons to update these SVG icons. So click Edit Button. You'll see here is the icon that's currently selected. It's a bar chart. Let's go ahead and modify that by clicking the ellipsis button here. That will open up our SVG icon selector. You'll see this is the current one. Click Select. And this will open up our full selector. Go ahead and click in the filter and type Home. We'll have our first button be a Home button. Select that. You'll see that the icon name is selected here and click OK. Now we have that icon set to Home. Click OK. And now that that's done, click OK once again. Let's do the same thing for panel card R4-2. I'm double clicking on it, clicking the icon here, and I'm going to click the select button here to open up our selector. Once that is selected, type the word bars, and I'm going to select this one. It's very similar to the menu, but it kind of designates we have a list of items. And click OK. And click OK. Now we've selected that. Go ahead and click OK one more time, and we're back to our button list builder. Let's make one more modification for form view. Let's edit that. And let's go ahead and launch our selector. And click Select. And type the word Edit. And you can see we have a number of different ones here. So let's go ahead and select this one right here, which is sort of like a paper with a pen, and click OK. And click OK once again. Now we have our three icons. I'm going to skip panel 4 for now. We'll come back and address that a little bit later. Go ahead and click OK. This will save our changes to our button list settings. Go ahead and click OK once again. And save our main 203_UX. And let's check it out. Click Working Preview. And scroll down. And you'll notice we have things. We have our Home button, our List button, and our Editor. We left this little gear icon in there. We'll address that a little bit later. So now we have our icons that match our content a little bit better. We can actually start working on our different content elements. Now that we have our buttons squared away, we can start adding functionality into the application. So first we have our home page here. And all I really want to do is have a single button that's going to take me to my list. So let's go ahead and modify that. Let's go into Design, locate the Home panel card. Let's go ahead and delete static text. So go ahead and select static text panel 1, hit the X to remove it. Then select the opening tag for panel card PC Home. On the left-hand side, go down here to Other Controls and select Button. And that will insert a button on panel card number 1. This is a text button, so we can go ahead and modify the text. To do so, go over here to the right, select button text, and let's just go ahead and put in inspection list and click OK. Now that we have our button here, let's make a few minor changes so cosmetically it looks good. First, I'd like the button to be the width of the panel card. To do so, go over to the right, find the width property, and put in 100%. That will force the inspection to be the width of the panel card. And that's dynamic, so if the person rotates it or has a different size phone, it's all going to work correctly. Secondly, to add a little eye candy to it, let's go ahead and change it from a text-only button to a image with a button. So you'll notice if you go down a little bit farther, we have button layout. It is currently text-only. So go ahead and select the drop-down box and select image followed by text. This will open up some new parameters here. Let's go ahead and locate image and select image name. This will open up our specify image selector. Again, we want to focus on using SVG icons. They're the most dynamic and easy to use. Let's go ahead and click select. And we can locate our bar icon, our list, so that it's consistent with the icon at the bottom of the screen. So you'll notice right here it's on the third row. So go ahead and select that and click OK. You'll notice you'll see a preview there and click OK. Let's go ahead and save and preview that. And let's go into working preview. And you'll notice we have our inspection list is the first item in here. But you'll notice there's no function at this point. I can click on it, but nothing happens. So we have to add a behavior to that button. So let's go back into design. Now to add that behavior, we could double click on this button right here and click add new action and set up the action for doing navigation there. But as we've talked about in previous courses, what I like to do is always centralize all of my action JavaScript into a single place to make life easier, especially when it gets to maintenance. So let's go ahead and cancel out of this. So let's go over here to JavaScript Actions, select JavaScript Actions. This will open up our Define JavaScript Actions dialog box. Click Add New Action. So let's go ahead and enter the name for our action. So that's going to be nav to, in our case, PC underscore list. And again, you can come up with your own naming convention, but you want to be consistent because over time you'll have multiple actions in the action area. So again, nav to PC list, click OK. This will give us a warning saying we've created the action, but there's no actual behaviors. That's OK. Click OK. So now we have our new action. It's currently red, meaning it hasn't been defined, and we're ready to add that behavior. Click Edit Action. This will open up our Edit Unbound event. You'll see it's the same as if we clicked on the button, but in this case, we have set up a central action that can be called. So let's go ahead and click Add New Action. When that opens up, we have our action JavaScript. Type the word panel. Select Panel Actions. Click OK. For action name, select Set Active Panel. And for the target panel name, let's select PC list. And we'll go ahead and leave it for animate right now. Click OK. And let's go ahead and give this a little description. And this is helpful, especially as your actions get more complex. You want to really know what's going on here. So we can go and set PC list panel active and click OK. So now we've defined that action. Click Save, and we have our JavaScript action set, and click OK. Now that we've set our central JavaScript action, we can now associate that action with our PC, or our button here, inspection list. So let's go ahead and double click on button here. Now the next stop is click Add New Action. Now instead of building the actual action using the panel navigate, let's go ahead and just use the run action command here and click OK. And then we select our action. We only have one, and we're good to go. So basically this says, hey, go find that action and run it, and click OK. Again, we'll go run nav to PC list. And it's good to do that because you might have multiple things happening on this button in the future. And click Save. So now we have a situation where you have a button. When you click on that button, it actually calls a centralized JavaScript action to do the navigation. Let's go ahead and save. Let's do a working preview. There's our button here. I'm going to go ahead and click on it, and you'll notice we're on the PC list button here. Then if we want to return, we can just click to home. That'll take us back there. And over time, what you'll probably do is get rid of this. I'm using this for our training purposes, but this takes up a lot of space. And the reality is you'll build in either through a menu here or through behaviors in the screen itself, the navigation. But for now, we're going to use that just to make life easier as we move forward. I want to make one last adjustment before we move on. You'll notice that we're at the top here. It's kind of crunched, and we're going to have a couple other buttons down the road. I'd rather have them kind of centered here. So let's go to Design. Let's go and select PC or Inspection List button. On the left, go to Containers. Click Container and search for Alignment. You'll notice we have a container called Alignment. And down below, since we've selected our button, click Insert Around. So you now notice we have a new container that's surrounding our Action List button. It's pink because it's an alignment container. So let's do a couple adjustments. First, let's make the width of that container 100%. So therefore it's going to stretch and take up the whole width of that. Then what I'd like you to do is go up here to Container Alignment and select Center. And for Container Vertical Alignment, select Middle. And click Save. Now let's do a working preview. And now you'll notice that because we've set that new alignment container, it's invisible, but it's putting our button in the middle of the screen. And you can adjust that as you see fit. And as we add more buttons, it's going to look a little nicer on our screen here. But that's just a little trick, the alignment container, to kind of get things laid out on your screen properly. And the nice thing about that alignment container is that it's responsive. So if I go to like horizontal, you'll notice that it rearranged the button so it's 100% of the width, but it rearranged the height and the width. In fact, if I go to let's say an iPad 4, you'll notice that it's aligning it up perfectly in the middle of the screen. And again, you have a lot of adjustment based on that there. So the alignment container, very handy. Now that we have our main home button ready to go, for now we can dive into actually adding our inspection list, which will be the core of our application. We're now ready to add the heart of our mobile application, which is the list control. So to do so, go ahead and click on Design. Let's locate our panel card list here and locate static text panel _2. We don't need that, so let's go ahead and delete that by clicking on the single X box. And now we have an empty panel card. Make sure to select the opening tag for PC _list. Once you've done that, let's go to our data controls and locate the list control here. And the list control is a data control because it's connected to backend data. Let's go ahead and click list. Now, if you see this interface right here, make sure you select this interface, which is create multiple new controls at once. Let's go here and click List Inspection. You might have multiple lists in your application, so you want to make sure to give them unique and distinct names. Now what we're going to do is we're going to use a built-in Genie to help us through this process. So down below here, you'll notice there's a button called List Control Quick Setup Genie. Go ahead and select that. This will open up our List Control Quick Setup Genie. First step for us is to take our connection string and tell it where our source of data is. So go ahead and select the ellipsis button next to connection string. Select CONN and click OK. Now the method we're going to grab the data is from a specific table. So let's go ahead and leave the method at fields from a table. Go to table name and click the ellipsis button again. This will show us a list of tables that are available within our database. The table I'd like is inspection, and click OK. Now that we've selected inspection, we can go ahead and determine what fields we want to bring back from that table for our list. So go ahead and either double click on field list or click the ellipsis button to open that up. And you'll see here are a list of fields that are available in our database table. In my case, I want to bring back all of them because we're going to use all of them in our application. So go ahead and click Select All. And that will select all or check off all of the items. And click OK. You'll notice as I've done that, it's gone ahead and built a SQL statement to interact with the database. It's also identified the primary key for this particular table. Now, in the future, you can filter this in terms you only want to bring down a subset of data, and you can use that to filter and also order the items that come down from there. In our case, we'll leave those blank. Now, in our previous training, we would add a detail view, but in this case, we're going to do things a little differently. We're going to come back and add a form view, which is actually going to be our detail view for this. So let's go ahead and not select that now. And what I'd like you to do is go ahead and select disconnected operation and select persist list data to local storage. because we do want to be able to have this data be able to be edited and managed offline. So again, we set up our list data connection. We ignore detail view for now. We'll come back and visit that. And we select persist list data to local storage. Now you've done that, click OK. And you'll notice that the list inspection has been created. Now you may get a warning. I've seen this before. In our list inspection, we actually have an image field. So you may get a notification saying it's identified a specific issue regarding that image field. So go ahead and select yes and allow Alpha to fix that issue. So let's go ahead and double click on list inspection to review it. And here is our full list builder interface. Now we need to make a few adjustments. Let's go ahead and first look at the list layout. If we click on list layout, you'll notice that we're currently using what's called the column structure. So it's a set of columns here. And in our case, because we use the wizard, it's selected all fields for that column. Now let's look at what that would look like in the user interface. Click Preview List here. You'll notice that it brings down a column structure, and this might work on a desktop web, but really won't look very nice in regards to a mobile phone. So this would be cumbersome and not very visible, usable. So let's go ahead and change that. Click X here to close our preview. Click on List Properties. We want to go and adjust the list properties. And then once you're on there, well, let's go ahead and scroll down until you get to Layout Properties, Layout Type. And you'll notice currently we have column. So let's go ahead and modify that. We're going to go ahead and modify that to freeform. And freeform is a much more flexible, mobile-oriented layout structure. Now, one thing I would like to tell you is that we can actually have multiple layouts in a particular list, and we cover that in another training, but it's very powerful if you need to have one list that's going to look good, say on a phone, a tablet, a desktop. The multiple layout capability is very powerful. So let's now go to List Layout, and you'll notice we have a different interface for the list layout. On the left, we have a series of our placeholders, and these are basically our fields that are coming back from the database with curly brackets around here. In the center is an edit area. We could go ahead and build this ourselves, but Alpha has some nice predefined layouts that are built into the system. So let's go ahead and go down here and look for predefined templates and click that. This will open up a list of predefined templates that are built into the development environment. And these are here to save you time and make your application look great in the minimal amount of effort. So what I'd like you to do is scroll down a little bit. And what I'd like you to find is the one that's Level 1, Level 2 Summary. This is a nice format that gives a lot of data, but looks really good on a mobile phone. Go ahead and click that to select it, and then go down here to the OK button and click OK. Once you've done that, you're going to see that a new window pops up called the Map Template Placeholders. And this is where we're going to map our placeholders to our fields in our list. So Summary, I'd like you to go ahead and select from the drop-down box Inspection Type. So Summary is Inspection Type. For Level 1, what I'd like you to do is select Business Name. And then Level 2, I'd like you to select Business Address. So Inspection Type for Summary, Business Name for Level 1, Business Address for Level 2. And click OK. So you can see what Alpha has done is it has a pre-made setup for HTML and CSS. And if I scroll over here, you'll notice that it's inserted into that template our field placeholders, so they appear in the right place. And we can check this out. Click Preview List here in the lower left-hand corner. This will open up our preview. So you can see now we have a much nicer looking interface, something that's going to work really well on a mobile device. Has a company name, an address, and it has also some information. In this case, the kind of inspection that was done, sort of the location type. So let's go ahead and close that out here. One note before we move away, this is all customizable, so you can use your own methods to change this. You can also hire really talented CSS and HTML designers who can create you a whole new, nice looking interfaces. Let's click OK. Now you'll notice that we're giving an error since we have a different structure here, and that's what I was mentioning before, where if you have a image field in here, it's going to ask you that it wants to embed those in the HTML. That will make this list control work much nicer. So let's go ahead and allow Alpha to go ahead and, yes, fix the problem. And it's basically just setting a configuration setting in the list control. So now we've structured our list inspection. I want to do one other thing before we preview it. With the list inspection selected, go over here to the right and locate the list properties. And you'll notice one here called fill container. And I'd like you to go ahead and enable that by clicking on it. What this does is it will take the content in list and consume everything in this panel card list, which therefore it will look really nice on a phone or a tablet. You won't have white space. You don't have to adjust things. It just basically responsively stretches itself to consume that list. Click Save. And let's do a working preview. Let's go to Inspection List. And you'll notice now we have a much nicer user interface. I can drag these up and down. It has nice swipe gestures. In our case, when my mouse goes over it, it has a little effect, but in the case of a person touching it, you'll see a sort of a little flash as the person touches it with their finger on there. And so this is a much nicer there. And also, as I mentioned with the list controls, if I go here and make this horizontal, you'll see because it's responsive, it will stretch out in my panel card and take up all of the space of the phone, however it's oriented. So you don't have to worry about that. Now that we've done that, we can dive now into how we're going to manage the detail of these list items, i.e. viewing them and editing them, and the basis of that will be the form view, which we'll cover in our next section. We're now able to continue with our training and add the form view control. That is the heart of a mobile optimized form structure. So let's go ahead and return back to design. We're going to go ahead and have our form view in our PC_form view. So go ahead and select static text panel 3. We don't need that text anymore. Delete that using the Xbox here. Let's go ahead and go back to panel card PC form view. On the left hand side, go to other controls and scroll down, and it'll tell you locate the form view control here. Go ahead and click on form view. That'll add our new form view control right here. Once we've done that, we can now start configuring that form view control. Let's go ahead and double click on that to open it up. And this opens up our form view builder and shares a lot of similarities with the list builder in terms of structure. The first thing we need to do is review here that we have a lot of text here and help text that talks a lot about the capabilities of the form view control. It's a very, very powerful, very wide-ranging control. And there's a lot of really good documentation here, but also more importantly is on the Alpha documentation site. So make sure to take a few moments just to read through this when you get a chance, because it tells a good structure behind the overall structure of how this is built. So our first step is to actually connect our form view to our data source. So let's go ahead and click Data Source. You'll notice that there are actually a couple different types of data sources. UX controls, static JSON, custom. The one we're going to use is list, but this is a very powerful control that allows you to interact with backend data in different ways. An interesting one is custom, which allows you to actually have a backend XBasic function that delivers data to this form view control. Let's go ahead and click list. Now that we've selected that, we need to select the list we're from and go ahead and click here. And you'll notice we only have one list. So let's click list inspection and click OK. So now we're basically telling how or where the data that the form view is going to be presenting is going to come from, which in this case is list inspection. Now that we've done that, we can click Fields, and you'll notice that it's looked up the field information in list inspection and displaying it here. And you'll notice that it defaults all the field types to what's called a text field. If I click on a particular field, you'll see over on the right-hand side, there are all the different properties that dictate how this is displayed, operated, and is handled. Now, one of the key features we're going to be doing is we're going to be collecting inspection data in our application. And in fact, what we're going to be is collecting an image and allowing the user to annotate that image using built-in controls. It's very powerful, and it's a very common kind of need in terms of when you're collecting image data in the fields. So we need to make some adjustments to these fields so that they work properly. So the first thing I want to do is go to Signature Ink. Signature Ink is going to actually be an ink control that will allow you to capture a signature. So you'll notice currently that the field type is unspecified. What we'd like to do is actually tell the form view how to handle this data. So to do so, click the drop-down arrow and select Ink. And you'll notice when you do that, it changes the icon and the field properties here. So we're basically guiding the form view to tell it, here's the kind of data that's going to be in each field so that it then knows how to present it to the user and how to interact with it and allow you to make some modifications to the field properties that are specific to that kind of item. Next thing we'd like to do is go to Inspection Image. And so select Inspection Image, and you'll see the field type is currently unspecified. So let's go ahead and modify that to an image, because we want the form view to know that we are going to be using this field as an image field. So you'll see a couple things. First is that the icon changes, and we have a different set of items here in terms of properties. So let's go ahead and first, the data type is currently name, but what we'd like to do is change that to base 64. In our case, what we're doing is we're actually storing the image data in the form view versus an external file. And that's for the purposes of this training. Future trainings are going to show you how you can link this to actually external images. And that's very powerful because it allows you to store much larger images, much higher resolution, and also have other methods to manage it, say Amazon S3. Okay. Now what we want to do next is after we've selected that image type, we want to confirm the type of image. So what I want you to do is click here and let's select PNG because I want to save it as PNG data versus JPEG because that's a much more modern and useful. You can pick and choose, but for our purposes, we want base 64 for the data type for the image, and the prefix is PNG, which then means that we are going to allow you to store it as a PNG versus a JPEG. Now what I'd like you to do is go here to Inspection Image Ink. And again, it's currently a field type of unspecified. So let's change that to an ink control. So now it knows that it's going to be ink. Now the important thing about our Inspection Image Ink is this is going to be related to our image. The signature is just a plain signature ink. It's standalone. But for the Inspection Image link, it's actually going to be connected to our image so we can annotate our image. So once you have selected Inspection Image Ink, go back to Inspection Image, and you'll notice that there are two items here. One is Allow Image Capture, and the other is Allow Image Annotation. So the first thing we want to do is Allow Image Capture, and we'll come back to the settings in a moment. And then we also want to allow Image Annotation. So the first thing builds in, the form view has a built-in capability to capture images. That's what we're enabling here. And the second thing we want to do is allow the person to annotate that image. So once we've selected that, you'll notice that it's asking us for a annotation field name. And in that case, we want to go ahead and click the ellipsis button. And you'll see it's just showing us the ink information because the ink is the way that we store the annotations. In our case, we want to use the Inspection Image Ink and click OK. So now the form view knows how to capture images and, more importantly, allow the user to annotate those images and store those annotations in a separate field called Inspection Image Ink. So you need to kind of structure these pieces together so that the form view then takes over all the other work for you, and you are basically in great shape here. So that's all we need to do to set up our fields. Our fields are ready to go. But currently, much like our original list control, we need to actually display how the information will be shown in the form view itself, and that's called the layout section. And we'll cover that in the next lesson. Now that our fields are set up, we can start actually putting together how the user will actually see the data on the screen. And this is very similar to our list control, where we have what's called a form layout, and the layout determines how these items are presented to the user. So let's click on form layout, and this takes us to our form layout genie. Now, there are two methods we can do. We can use a genie, which we're going to use here, but you can also use freeform, which gives you a lot of flexibility in terms of how you lay out your form view. In my case, I'm going to go ahead and use genie, because this will allow us to get started quickly, and then you can always turn it into a freeform later to actually make your final adjustments. So let's go ahead and, with genie selected, click Add Item. And this will open up our control types. And we'll be exploring a lot of the different ones here. But you have data controls, you have other controls, you have some containers for structuring things, predefined controls, and you can save your own favorites if you're using specific ones on a consistent basis. What we want to do is use data controls first. So we're going to demonstrate how the form layout works in a key concept called templates. So with data controls selected and label selected, go over here to the right and either shift click or click and drag business name and business address and click OK. And you'll notice that it's added those two fields to my Genie layout. And I have a very similar structure to my UX in terms of I can change order, I can delete items, I can copy parameters from one to another, etc. And you'll notice currently they're set up as label controls. And that's the default. Now I can immediately preview what this looks like. I can click here on preview, and you'll notice that it is using our default structure. So you'll see we have our business name, it's got a field label and the actual data content, and business address and the content. Now, a very important concept with the form view, which I want to talk about right now, is the fact that you don't actually edit data inside the form view. The form view is a display mechanism. And in our future lessons, which will come up in a little bit, we're going to be linking the actual editor to these fields. So this is a way to display information very visually nicely, and then you can click on an item to actually dive in to actually edit that. And the neat thing about that is there's many different ways or editors that are available to edit data. Text data, list data, time, a wide range. You can actually create your own too, which is very flexible. So I just want to show you here that you have a basic core structure that is built into the form view that will allow you to display this information. And these are label controls, meaning they display only. Now we can modify this. So let's go ahead and look at it in the current operating system, and then we're going to come back and make it look a lot more sort of dense, a little bit easier to use. So let's go ahead and click OK. Let's save our UX. Let's go into working preview, into our inspection list, and I'm going to go ahead and select Jones Sports. We're going to come back. When you click on this, it really should take you in to show you the form view, and we'll fix that in a little bit. But I'm going to go ahead and select Jones Sports, and then I'm going to click this icon right here that will take me into the form view. And now you'll notice, here's our form view. I'm going to go back to the list, click here, and go to the form view, and you'll notice that it's displaying the information for that particular list item. And that's one of the nice things about the list control and the form view working together. Much like the list detail view, it's going to make sure that if a person has selected an item in the list, either manually or through program, it's going to display the proper information in the screen here. And thus, it's taking care of all those sort of mechanics for you to be able to see. And all we'll need to do is when we come back a little later, when we click on this list item, we're just going to tell it to bring this panel into view, and it'll already be pre-populated. Also, more important down the road is when we start actually editing this information, the edits in the form view will automatically flow back to the list view for you and update the list view much like it does with a detail view for a list detail view structure. So this looks pretty good, but it's taken up a fair amount of space. So what I'd like to do is condense this down and show you the concept of label templates. So the first thing I'd like to change is you'll notice it's made the field labels the same as the table field name. That doesn't look very nice. And it's also adding in extra business, etc. So let's go ahead and modify those first. Let's go back into design. Once you're in design, go ahead and double click on the form view 1 or click here on form properties. And this takes us into our preview here. So now let's click form layout, and this will take us to our layout. And let's make sure that business name is selected here. So over on the right hand side, you'll see for this layout, for this field, here are the particular properties. I'm going to explore a couple different ones of them. First is the friendly name. The friendly name is what we're seeing on the screen. So let's go ahead and modify that. And let's just type name. So instead of business name, let's put in name. Next, select business address. And let's go ahead and modify the friendly name for business address to address. So here is the data-bound field name, but we'd like the actual field label or friendly name to be address. Let's go into our preview and take a look at it. So you'll notice that we can quickly adjust so it looks nicer, and therefore when the user sees it, it's going to look a little sharper on the screen here. Now you'll notice one other thing. We have a certain structure for each field. It has a label up top, and then below it, it has a field that's displayed with a little underline. And that's the same thing for address here. Now the important thing about a form view is that all of the visuals are driven through what are called templates. And for now, it's using a default template that's built into the form view to render this. So let's explore templates a little bit more. And templates are what allow you to then create very nicely structured looking interfaces and have complete control over that process. So let's go back to form layout. Let's select business name. And on the right hand side, you'll see template. So let's go ahead and select that. And this will open up our field template. Now, as I mentioned, this is how we're going to structure how it looks. And as we go into it, we're going to explore this a little bit more, but I wanted to show you a few nice little elements for it. First, let's go ahead and show the default template. So as I told you, there is a default template built into it. Let's go ahead and expand this so it looks here. So you can see it's basically using built-in structures to show you the field label and then also the field itself. So let's go ahead and do the following. Let's insert a sample template and look at it. So let's click Insert Sample Template. And let's do the first one here, which is field with label above. Now you'll notice when I click on here, on the right hand side, it's giving you a preview. And you'll notice it looks pretty similar because the field with label above is the default template. Let's go ahead and click OK. So this is the template. You'll notice it's using a built-in class here to display it in a certain way. But the most important thing for you to realize is here's the field label and here is the actual field. And what's going to happen is when this item is rendered, it's going to place that information into it. So now if I go back in and I do a preview, we're now using this is using the default template, but we put in a specific template for this field here. And that's another thing that's kind of cool is you can use different templates for different fields depending on your requirements. But let's go ahead and explore that a little bit more. Let's go back into form layout, and I'm going to go back into the template field here, and I'm going to insert another sample template. Now this one is going to be a field with a label to the left. And you'll see here is the preview, and you'll notice there's some little changes you can make and enhancements to it. But let's leave that as it is. Go ahead and click OK. It's going to ask you if you want to overwrite the existing text, and click Yes. And click OK. So now let's go ahead and do a preview of our form layout. You'll see it's changed now. Instead of the field label above and the text or the actual field contents below, it's field on the left and contents on the right. So this allows you to actually have multiple templates depending on what you want to do. Might make more sense in this situation where you have that below. And it may be where you want to go ahead and have complete control over that template. Let's go back in and explore one other quick template item. we'll go back to our business name and open up template here. And let's go ahead and insert a sample template. Now, this one I like here, which is field with label above, label size 75% of the data size. So basically this adds some intelligence in terms of how it's displayed on the screen. So I'm going to go ahead and select that one there. It's going to overwrite that. And let's go ahead and take a look and see what the preview looks like. So now you have your name, and this will be 75% of it, which is a good structure from there. So currently we're using a built-in structure style, but you can take complete control over this. And let me go ahead and demonstrate that real quick, just so you have a feel for it. So let's go back to form layout, select business name, and let's open up our template. So as you can see in here, we have a default template. It's using a theme label for that, and also a theme class for the dialog input. But you're not limited to these built-in items here. So follow along with me. Let's just do the following. Let's go ahead and delete all of these items here. Then I'd like you to do is insert a placeholder here for field label. And then type open caret br close caret. So that's field label with a break. Then you can put a return there. Let's go ahead and insert our placeholder and put the field itself with a little break. And then let's insert a placeholder for the field error. And by the way, this is a special one, is that if there's an error in that field, this is where that information will be displayed. So now we have field label, field, and field error. So we're essentially building our own structure here. Click OK, and let's do a preview. So you'll see now we have name with a line break, and then the field right here, and then it's using that other template here. And that's the idea, you can mix and match templates. So let's go ahead and format that a little bit more, just to give you a feel for how this works. Go back into form layout, go back into the template, and let's do the following. Let's go ahead and put next to it a bold. So we want to have our field label be bold, /B. And I'm going to get rid of the break here because I'd like the field to be right behind that field there. So you have the label that's bolded and then the field itself. And then we still put in the field error. Since there's no error, it's not shown. But if an error does occur, and we'll talk about that later, it'll show up here. Go ahead and click OK, and let's do a preview. So now you'll notice we have name and Jones Sports, the field name, and then the field contents. So I can create very compact, very clean structures with my own CSS and HTML using this methodology. We're going to use the built-in styles for now just to make it easier from a training standpoint, but I wanted to highlight the power of templates and the fact that templates can be on a field-by-field basis. Templates can be driven through internal styles or your own styles. But most importantly, templates allow you complete freedom in terms of how you present your data in the form view, which is much sort of better than the detail view. The detail view is powerful. It uses the built-in alpha controls to do that, but this takes it to a next level in terms of your ability to format and clean it. So let's do a cleanup item before we move along. Let's go back into form layout, select business name template, and let's go ahead and insert our regular template field with label above. Click OK. It's going to overwrite that. So now we're going to go back to our standard here. Now select business address. Let's go ahead and go into our template. We'll insert our sample template, which is field with label above. Click OK. Click OK. And now both of our fields are using the same formatting. And we can confirm that by looking at the preview here. And that's what we'll use for the fur parts of the training. At this time, in order to navigate to the form view, we select a record and then click on this icon here to actually see the form view. Obviously, that's not going to work very well in production, so let's go ahead and make a modification. What we're going to do is add a action JavaScript behavior to the list control so it will navigate for us. Therefore, the user doesn't have to actually click on icons to move around. It's a very natural situation. So let's return design, So what we're going to do is add an action to our list inspection to go to the form view panel card here. So let's go ahead and go into JavaScript actions, because remember, we want to centralize all of our actions into one location. So let's add a new action here, and we're going to call this nav to and PC form view. So you'll notice I'm trying to maintain a consistent naming system. It's warning us that we've created the action, but it hasn't been edited. And now we have our new action, but it's empty. So let's go ahead and click Edit Action to open up and edit this. Let's go to Action, Add New Action. Type in the word panel since we're looking for a panel card action. Select OK. The action we would like is Set Active Panel. And this will give us the options for the target panel name. And that is PC Form View. And we'll keep the animation on at this time. Click OK. We'll go navigate to PC underscore form view and click OK. And you'll notice the real reason I put this is because when you look at this, you go, oh, what's that action doing? It really tells you it's going to set an active panel, but it doesn't tell you which one. So this gives you a little indicator. Click OK and click OK. So now we've added our action to our centralized JavaScript actions. We can now go into the list inspection and add this behavior to the onClick event. So let's go ahead and double click on list inspection. Let's go to list properties. And then what I'd like you to do is either search or scroll down until you get to the JavaScript runtime section. And here are a series of different behaviors that are available, or different triggers for behaviors. You'll notice one here called onSelect. Now, very important, I'm going to be putting this on the onClick event. OnSelect will trigger anytime a record is selected in the list. And you may have situations where you select records in the background to do edits, etc. It's more advanced, but that may happen. So just be wary that if you were to put this on the onSelect event and the list control had an item get selected, the user may all of a sudden find them on a panel they didn't expect. So what I'd like you to do is go to onClick here, click the ellipsis button, and this brings up our editor. And as you can see, it's a plain text editor here, meaning it's for JavaScript code only. We could have gone in here and created the JavaScript action right here, but again, since we've already centralized it, what we can do is just select Insert Code to run a JavaScript action. We locate the one we just created, which is our navigation to form view, and click OK. So now on our onClick event, we'll have an action that's going to run that centralized action and take us to the right panel. Click OK and click OK. Let's go into working preview. I'll go to inspection list, and let me go ahead and scroll this up a little bit. I'm going to select Time Mountain, and you'll see, boom, I'm on this form view. I return, I can click here, and it goes back. Again, the form view and the list are taking care of all the plumbing as far as connecting the list to the form view, so you don't have to worry about that. So all we're really doing is navigating around the user interface. Now, in terms of going back, we're currently using this function here, but in a later part of our training, we're actually going to work on setting up this nav bar, or actual control bar up here, so it gives you a navigation capabilities. And that's another key reason why I centralize this action. Let me go back in and just expand on that a little bit. If I go into my list inspections, go to my list properties, and go down to my click event, as I mentioned before, I could actually create and edit the JavaScript action right here. The issue is we could embed that behaviors here, but whenever I need to change that behavior, I have to come back and kind of dig it out of the, in this case, the list control. So down the road, for instance, we're going to be adding, when I navigate from here to here, I want to update my control bar. So all I have to do is go to JavaScript actions, find that, edit and add my new behaviors here, and I'm good to go. And therefore, I never have to go back into the list control where it is. It's just going to work and happen appropriately, you'll find that you're going to reduce the amount of time it takes to maintain your application, and you're going to have much better control over the application in terms of the behaviors and how it operates. Really fun stuff. So make sure you're consistently putting all of your JavaScript actions using this function here, and then keeping essentially the user interface elements dumb, meaning there's no code there other than to trigger the outside actions. So let's go ahead and click OK. And now we're ready to go ahead and move on to the next section where we're going to connect our form view to actually edit data. The form view control is very powerful. As you've seen, we can use this to display information from a list control or other related type of data controls. And you can have an incredible amount of flexibility and control over how it is actually shown. But the form view goes beyond that. It's also meant as an editable control, and thus the name form view. Therefore, we can add editing to the form view, and it will manage all of that along with the list control to allow you to do editing both online and offline. So in this part of the training, we're going to step through and start adding in the ability to edit our fields using the form view. So our first step is to go into our editor section here, find our static text panel 4, and let's go ahead and remove that by hitting the X. Now what we need to do is add a specific set of what are called editors to our UX to be able to edit the data. And there are different types of editors, and we'll explore all of those here. The most important thing for you to realize is that for editors to work, you need to make sure they're located within what's called an editor set. And editor sets are really a cool concept that we'll talk about later that give you even more flexibility of how you structure your application. But always, whenever you're doing a form view in an editor controls, you first need to set up your editor set. So go ahead and select Panel Card PC Editor. On the left-hand side, go to Containers, locate the container here and click on that. This will bring up our list of different types of containers. And towards the end, you're going to see two of them, Editor Set and Editor. Select Editor Set. And then I'd like you to click Insert After. This will now insert our editor set. And again, if you add any editors to your UX, you have to make sure they're contained within a editor. It's just the way the mechanisms are set up in here. In terms of the naming, it's up to you really. The naming, I'm going to leave this defaulted to editor set _3. Now we're able to actually add an editor. And an editor is a specific way to edit a type of information in your form view. Now, when we created our form view, we had two different text labels for text data. So we're going to start out with a text editor. But in the further parts of our training, we're going to explore the different other types of editors that are available to you. So with that now, go to Define Controls. Make sure you have your insertion point at the beginning of the editor set. And then what I'd like you to do is go ahead and scroll down till you find Editor Text Box. Okay. Now, what's interesting is that, and I'll explain this in a moment, there's Editor Text Area and Text Box. In this case, I'm editing text, so I need like a single line kind of thing. But if you need to edit like paragraph text, you would use Text Area. So let's go ahead and go in here and call this Editor Text. And I just want to give it something so it's easier to remember. It's sort of like the panel cards where it will define specific names, but you kind of want to give it a little better naming convention to put into there. So go ahead and change editor underscore whatever it shows to editor underscore text and click OK. And let's examine what it did. So we have our editor set, and in there I now have an editor. And an editor consists of multiple controls together. So you'll notice here a field label, the actual text box to edit the data, some other static text for help information, and then a save and a cancel button here. Together, these make an editor, i.e. together they're one set of controls that allow you to edit a type of data in the form view. And herein lies the coolest thing about form views and editors and why they're so powerful. In our form view, let me go ahead and look at our form view. You'll see we have two different fields, business name and business address, and they're both of type text, so we'll use a text editor. Well, in our case, what's nice is I'm going to be able to use this editor for both of those fields. Wherein if you had a list detail view, you have to create a separate text box for every potential item in your list. In this case, what we can do is we can reuse these for any text fields. So you could have 10, 15, 50, 100, 200 different text fields in your list control, in your data source and your form view, and you will only ever need to have this many controls. So in our case, with only one or two, you really aren't saving a ton as far as controls, although there are some other benefits you'll see as we go along. The real power is as your complexity of your app grows, you're going to have a form view with many, many text fields, and you only have one set of fields here to manage those. Thus, the efficiency of your app will go up. It's going to load faster. It's going to be easier to manage. You don't have all these controls here. And that's one of the true elements of the power of how this system works. Very powerful. Okay, so let's dive in. And now that we have our editor, we actually need to wire it up. So within our form view, the fields know how to use the editors. So to do so, let's go ahead and go back into our form view. Let us go to the field here and let's select business name. Okay. On the right-hand side, you'll see in our properties, you have an editing section. And currently, the method for specifying the editor set is static. So this is how we wire up what fields go to what editors in your system. So I'm going to go over here. We're going to keep static. We'll come back and talk about the different ways you can do it. It's really cool. I'm going to go here to editor set, and I'm going to click the ellipsis button. So again, make sure you've selected business name, editor set. And then you'll notice we only have one editor set here. And you'll also notice once I've selected that, it actually shows me my editor there. So let's go ahead and select that. So again, in case I went too quick, editor set, click the ellipsis button, select editor set, editor, and click OK. And you'll notice it goes ahead and inserts the editor set and the editor right here. So now we've wired up this field to this editor set. Let's do the same thing for business address. We're going to use a static method for defining that. Let's go into editor set, select editor set 3 and editor text, and click OK. So now we've wired up those two items here. If I had 50 different fields in here, I would go ahead and wire those up the same way if they're all text fields. Now, it's very important for you to understand that we're doing the wiring here at the field level, not the layout level. Layout is kind of how the screen is formatted, etc. So you'll notice we really don't have that information here. In the fields is where we wire up. When anytime you need to edit this item or this field in your list or data source, going to use that set there. Okay. We've gone ahead and set up our linkage between our fields and our editor, and we're ready to take the next step. Click OK. Let's go ahead and save our UX. Always save often. Let's go into working preview. Let's go to inspection list. Let's go ahead and select Jones Sport. We're here. And now I'm going to click on Jones Sports. Now I clicked on that there. Nothing navigated. We're going to resolve that in a little bit, but let's go ahead and look at our editor set. And you'll notice, it's updated that editor set with the field name and with Jones Sports. Now let me go back here. And I'm going to click on business address here. So I'm clicking on the text field itself. And if I go to the editor, you'll notice now it's dynamically changed the name of the field and the portion in this text here. And we have the save and cancel. So behind the scenes, we're mapping the information in here, our form view, into the actual editor set. And you'll notice it's the same structure. So as I mentioned before, if I had 20 more of these, I would click on each one of them and be able to go from there. So this is one of the key powers of the system, is that now you have a common way to handle the editing of everything. So if I wanted to change this save button to be submit, I don't have to do that in a bunch of different places. I can do that in one place and edit it from here. We're going to go ahead and continue to enhance this. You'll notice that currently it's using the field name here, but we want to kind of use a better name for that. So we're going to actually spend the next training section enhancing the relationship between these two areas, i.e. the form view field and the editor, and we'll also be exploring the navigation so that the user is automatically navigated to the proper location to be able to edit that data when they click or tap on the field. Now let's enhance the system so that the navigation is handled automatically for the user. Let's go back into design and let's look at how this works. So in our form view, we currently have these fields and we've linked it to an editor. Now you would think at this point that you'd add code to essentially the field saying it to show the editor. But the problem with that is maintenance, because things over time can change and you don't have to go through every single field to modify how things are working. So rather, we kind of turn it around on its head. And the cool thing about this is that if we look at the editor set 3 here, you'll see there's something called Show JavaScript. And the idea is when a person clicks on an item in the form view, we've associated and let me go ahead and show that. We've associated an editor set and an editor. So now when we interact with this field, the system knows what editor set and editor we should use. So let's go back to cancel. So now if we go back to editor set 3, you'll see we have show JavaScript, which means whenever someone needs to interact with editor set 3, we can do some JavaScript here. So what we're going to do is we'd like them to see the editor. So let's do a little bit of homework here. Let's go back to our JavaScript actions. We currently have a nav to PC list, a nav to PC form view, but we now need a nav to PC editor that will allow us to navigate to that location. So let's go ahead and click Add New Action, nav to PC editor. And I might have called that editor set, maybe more appropriate, but we'll leave editor for now. We have an empty field. We're ready to add the action, so let's go ahead and edit that action. Add that action to panel. Look for action name and set it to set active panel. And the panel we would like to go to is PC editor and click OK. And we'll go navigate to PC editor. Click OK. So we know exactly what this action does and click Save. So now we have our new action, again centralized because we may want to do other things, and click OK. Now we've done that, we can actually tell the editor set, run that action when someone needs to see the editor. And note, we're showing the editor automatically when the form view is clicked on there, and that's a built-in behavior, but there are other reasons why you might be able to do that in code. So let's go into the show JavaScript. This is standard JavaScript, but now that we've created our action JavaScript, we can click here and say insert code to run action JavaScript, our JavaScript action. Let's select nav to PC editor and click OK. So that now means whenever anybody needs to see editor set number 3, it's going to trigger that action, and thus the panel card PC editor will be shown. Let's click OK. Save. Now let's go to working preview. Go to inspection list. Go ahead and scroll this down a little bit. I'll go to lakefront. Here are my items here. Now remember, both these are associated with editor 3, so I'm going to go ahead and click on the business name, and note I'm automatically navigated to there. So the important thing to realize on this, and that this can be a little confusing and why I take a little more time to talk about it, is that I'm putting the action to show the editor on the editor itself, not on the field in the form view. That way, if I reassociate things in the form view and the fields, I never have to worry about that. If I need to see that editor, the editor will be responsible for showing the information it needs to go. So let me go back here. Let me click on business address, And note the same thing happens because I'm associated with the same editor. So a very important concept that you need to do. Now our next step is going to go ahead and say, well, how do we get back to here if I click cancel or save? So let me go ahead and show you something. If I click cancel, it went away. Don't worry. Let's look at what's going on there. Let's go ahead and go back in, select Time Mountain here. We're here. If I click like cancel, it goes away. And we're going to address that in a moment. But let me show you that this is already wired up and ready to go. Let me go ahead and select Lakefront Water Sports. Let's go ahead and click the business name. So I'm going to go ahead and edit this. I'm going to click a 1 and I'm going to click save. It's gone away, but if I go back to the form view, you'll see that it actually made an edit, meaning that my editor updated the form view. Now, if we go back to the list control, you'll notice not shown there. That's a little later. We'll talk about how you do it. There's sort of like a ripple effect of the editor updates the form view and then the form view updates the list. It gives you a lot of control on how to do that. But the one thing that's a little concerning right now is if I click here and click save, I would expect it to save this value and, more importantly, go back and show me this here and not disappear. So we'll go ahead and address that in our next lesson. Let me go ahead and click in here. So what we want to do is when we click save or cancel, we want to make sure that A, things don't disappear, but more importantly, we land back on our business name, business address. And then you can see the update there. So let's go ahead and go into design and scroll down and you'll see we have a save button here. And you can see it's a plain vanilla button. You can modify the style, you can add different layouts, etc. to make it prettier. But let's go ahead and do the following. Let's go ahead and go into the click event for the save button. And you can either do that with a double click here or clicking here to open it up. Now you'll notice what we have in here are two already placed items here. First one is setting a variable called close editor after commit. What this does is set a value either true or false. And if it's true, then when we run the next line of code here to commit the editor, and what the committer or editor commit does is it takes your changes from that text box and flows it back into the form view. But you'll notice that it has a variable after it, which is called close editor after commit. And if I actually click here and go here, you'll see the flag close editor set. Basically, it shows, should I make this thing disappear or not? And so currently, as it's set up, it will go ahead and run this piece of code and close that editor. To change that, go ahead and click right here and type false. So this says not to close that. Now, you may be wondering, well, why should we close it at all? Well, you may have a situation where, in our case, the editor is on a panel card that's separate from my form view. But you can literally have a form view and a set of editors on the same UX or panel card. So you may have situations more of a one-page application where you want to be able to edit, save things, and hide it after you've done that. And that's more of a one-page kind of scenario. In our case, it's a little confusing for the user, so we want to disable that. So we're just setting this variable. When it runs my editor commit, it again will save the information from the text box back to the form view. In this case, it won't close the editor. But I do want to go here and add a new command, because what I want to do is after the person clicks save, I want to go back and view my form view. Well, you could go ahead and put JavaScript in here, but guess what? We've already created that. So if you go to Action JavaScript, insert code to run a JavaScript action, guess what? We have our nav to PC form view. Again, you're starting to see the power of centralizing all of your JavaScript actions. Click OK. So now it's going to commit the edit. It's going to go ahead and keep showing it because we don't want to have the person freak out if it disappears. And we're going to run the action to go back to the form view. Let's click save. Let's click save. And let's test that out. Go to working preview. Inspection list. Let's go ahead and Lakefront. I'll go ahead and select that. Everything's working great. Now I've edited Lakefront. So I'm going to click the save button here. And you'll notice that A, it's committed it to the form view, and B, it's navigated back to this location. So now we have a very nice behavior every time the save button occurs. And important is, since we linked it to an action JavaScript, the cool thing is when I save this, I could be doing other commands because I could add more things to that action JavaScript if I need to. Now, if you'll notice with cancel, we still have a problem there. So let's address that. Let's go into design. Let's locate the cancel button and double click on it. And you'll notice that basically it's emitting a single command, which is dialog object editor cancel. And we still want to manage that. Basically what that does is get rid of any edits that were occurring in that text box inside the editor. But like before, we can go here, add a new line, go to action JavaScript, insert code to run in JavaScript action, and select nav to PC form view and click OK. So now it's going to cancel my changes and run that action. Click save. Let's save that. Let's go to working preview. I'm going to select inspection list, lakefront. Go to here, sports. Let's say I want to change that. Oh, I don't want to use it. I click cancel. And you'll notice it's canceled the change. I'm going to go ahead and edit that, say save, keeps the change. And if I go here, it's updated that back to the original version. So now we've updated those two buttons here. Now, important thing about that is that since we did that here, anytime any field uses this editor, it's always going to act the same way, which is good. Thus, we don't have to keep modifying code and JavaScript and things like that. It's starting to create modules essentially within our UX to be able to handle these capabilities here. So let me demonstrate one thing real quick. I'm going to go back into working preview. I'm going to click inspection list, go to Jones Sports, go into Jones Sports. I'll go ahead and change the name. So we address the issue now when we click save here. It updates our business name and at the same time navigates back to this location. But let's go back and look at our list. You'll notice that Jones Sports has not changed. So even though the list and the form view are connected together, there still needs to be a mechanism to notify the list that the data that has been managed by the form view has been updated and needs to be updated inside the list. And that's what we're going to do now. Luckily, the form view makes it very, very easy to do this. So follow along with me and go into design, locate the form view here, and double click on the form view. And let's go to the form layout. So in our form layout, we currently have two items, the business name and the business address. And what we need to do is go ahead and click an add item here. So go ahead and select your insertion point to be business address, click add item, and then once you're at the select control type dialog box, go to predefined controls. And you'll notice that there are a set of predefined called Save Form Edits, Cancel Edits button. Let's go ahead and click OK. And so you'll notice, very much like a UX with a Submit Reset, it's put in a Save and Cancel button that are pre-wired. And we'll look at the code in a few moments. Let's go ahead and click OK. Let's save our UX. Let's go to Working Preview. Click on Inspection List, and we'll go ahead and select Jones Sports. Click there. That will take us actually into the editor. I'm going to click one here. Click Save. So now we have our form view is updated. If I go back to the list, it hasn't been updated yet. I'm going to go back to my form view and I'm going to click Save. Now you'll notice that the Save buttons now are disabled. We're still showing here, but if I go back to my list, you'll now notice that Jones Sports 1 has been updated. So you think of it as a ripple effect. You have the detail view, or rather the editor level. The editor is connected to the form view, and then the form view is connected to the list. And at each level, you'll save it. Now, obviously, we can automate some of this through scripting, and we'll show you that later on. But this gives you an enormous amount of control and control to the user about when they're going to edit things. So for instance, let me show you this. I'm going to go ahead and change this back to Jones Sport. and I'm going to click cancel. And you'll notice that it's restored back my edits. So we can do essentially a reset at the control level down individual fields like, oh, I didn't mean to do that. And you can also do that at the form level there. And also, more importantly, I can save this and I'll click save here and we go back to the list control. You'll see that it's saved appropriately. Now let's go ahead and look at this here. When we click save, you'll notice we stayed on this particular page. And really what we'd like to do, and this is up to you, you could stay on this page if you want and then put navigation at top, but I'm going to go ahead and click, when I click save, I want it to go back and take me back up to this level. Sort of a natural flow of moving back through the process. So let's go into design. Let's go into the form view by double clicking on it, and let's locate our save button here. When you do that, if you go over here to the right and you'll see the on click event, let's go ahead and select that. And you'll see there's a fair amount of JavaScript that's been put in here. So it's first going to do a validation. This is all built into the system. Then secondly, if it's okay, then it's going to basically do a form view commit and a form view refresh. So what we can do here is we can go ahead and go inside this result. So we only want this to happen if it's okay. Go ahead and enter a return after the form view refresh form ID. Then go to action JavaScript, insert code to run JavaScript action, and let's select our nav to PC list because we want to navigate back up to the list and click OK. So basically if it passes validation, that's what's going on here. If the result is true, then it goes ahead and commits everything and it does this action to send you back to the top level. Click OK. Let's go ahead and add the same thing to cancel. So click cancel here, and on the on click event, double click that. And you'll see we basically have a editor cancel, so it's going to cancel out any edits. It's going to refresh the form so it shows the previous amount, and it's going to clear any errors. And now I'm going to go ahead and put my insertion point at the end of line 7, put in a item there, and again I'm going to use the action JavaScript, insert code to run JavaScript action, select navigate to PC list. So now we're going to go back to the list and click OK. Once you've adjusted both the save and cancel, let's click OK. Save this. And now go to working preview. Going to go to inspection list, Jones Sports. We're on our editor here. I'm going to go ahead and click Jones Sports and modify that. Click save, save it, and now notice it's updated the field or the list control from the form view, and it's navigated us to that location. Let's go ahead and modify that. Save that, save it one more, so we're back to where it is. You'll see the nice flow is starting to happen, so the user has an intuitive level. Let's go ahead and click there one more time. I'm going to go to Jones Sports. I'm going to select that, modify it. So I'm modifying it at the editor level. Now I'm saying, you know what? I don't want that. I'm good. So I'm going to click cancel, and it takes me back up, and you'll notice that it's reverted back to the original before I edit it. So the editor committed it to the form view, but the form view never committed it to the list. Now you may want to decide, if I click cancel here, you may want it to just go ahead and reset this form. But it's really up to you in terms of what you feel is the best navigation experience for your users. And as you can see, it's up to you. You don't have to do it a single way. This is the way I've shown you here, but you have other options you can use to do these kind of navigation and have the user flow through the application the way you want them to and what will be best for their application usage. So let's continue improving our application, specifically the user interface, by using some of the powerful features built into the form view. First thing we want to look at is the field titles. You'll notice the field titles are using the original database naming convention. We want to change that. And you'll notice in the actual editor, it's showing the field name also. So to do so, we can use a very simple and easy method built into the form view. Go ahead and return to design. Let's open up the form view. What I'd like you to do is go to the Fields tab here. Now when you're on the Fields tab, go ahead and select Business Name. And this is where previously we had set which editor we wanted to use for that business name field. And we did that for both business name and business address. If you'll go down and look a little bit farther down, you'll see Editor Settings. And you'll see two fields, Field Title and Help Text. Let's go ahead and enter in Field Title first. Let's go ahead and put here, and I'm just going to put in name for Field Title in Editor, just the word name. And for Help Text in the editor, go please enter the business name. So now you have the name for the field title and help text is please enter the business name. Let's go ahead and click OK. Let's save our UX and do a UX preview. Go ahead and select that. I'll go into Jones Sport. And I'll go here, and now you'll notice that in this area here we have name instead of the original name of the field, and Jones Sports here is the field itself, but notice also it's entered this help text. So one of the benefits is I didn't actually have to go in and modify this control. It's dynamic in nature, and we can dynamically feed name and business name here. Let's go back into Design. Let's go into Form View. And let's go ahead and go to Business Address. Make sure Fields is selected and go to Business Address. Then over at the right-hand side, find Editor Settings. In the help text, type Address. And for the field title, address should be the field title. And then for the help text, go ahead and put in Enter Business Address. So again, field title is address, text editor is Enter Business Name. Let's go ahead and click OK. We're in preview. Go here. And you'll notice if we go into Jones Sport, let's cancel and go here and go into Business Address, you'll see that address is now up here and the help text is here. Now I've noticed that my names are still off here in the form view. So let's go ahead and fix those. Let's go back into Design. Let's go into our form view, and this is different. The actual editor takes its direction from these settings right here, and we'll have some other settings that are going to be associated with editors there. In terms of form view, we need to go to the form layout and click business name here. So again, click on form layout and go to label here. Here we can say name for the friendly label for business name. And again, this is going to be in the form view. So let's go ahead and show you what that looks like. If I do a preview here, you'll see in the form view, it's changed this to name. So the naming of these items here are dictated by the form layout. In the editor, those names are dictated by virtue of the fields and the editor they're associated with. So let's go ahead and change this business address. So again, since we're working in the form view, let's go to the form layout. Let's select business address. You'll notice our friendly name is currently business address. So I'm just going to go ahead and say business address. So I'm just changing the friendly name to business address. I'll do a preview. So now in the form view, things are looking really sharp and being driven by this layout. And again, as we mentioned, one of the most powerful capabilities is the ability to have multiple form layouts available and use different ones. And this way you can dictate what it looks like in any particular situation. The fields is where we set the editor set. So let's review it. We'll go into working preview. Going to go ahead and go into our Jones Sports. So you'll notice now our form view has come up, and the form view has been dictated by the layout, the order of these fields, and the labels here. Now when I click into any of these fields, I go into the actual editor, and when I do that, it looks up at the field data to get what the title will be and the help text will be here. And that provides a lot of flexibility. There's other ways you can set that dynamically. Basically, instead of having everything hard-coded in the system, so anytime you need a change, you have to edit, say, a field or a field label, you can do it really quickly within the data that's coming back from the database. And also, in terms of the form view, you can make different changes and have multiple layouts available. Now, an important next step is the fact that currently we have the ability to edit data in the form view, and it will update the list controls. So let me go ahead and show you how this works. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go back up to my home. I'm going to go into inspection list and then go into Jones Sports. So currently we have name of Jones Sports. I'm going to go ahead and click Jones Sports. I'm going to edit that and I'm going to click save. So remember, what that does is updates the form view. But if we go back and look at the list, it currently is showing the same result. So I'm going to go back here and now I'm going to click save on my form view using the pre-made buttons. And now you'll notice that the list control has been updated. But you'll probably notice something interesting. If this list is connected to a data source, how come I'm not seeing the little caret that says this record is dirty? And that's because we have to enable offline and detail view capabilities. And you'll notice when we created the actual list, we didn't enable the detail view. So let's go ahead and address that and talk about that. Let's go back into design. Let's go ahead and go into the list inspection. Let's go to the list properties, and you'll notice that the has detail view value is not selected. And the has detail view value or check is extremely important. When we enable this, that enables all of the powerful offline data editing and data management systems within the list control. And if we don't have it, then that's not enabled. Now I'm going to go ahead and click here, and that goes ahead and does that. So what's important about the detail view is for us to be able to edit data offline, that has to be enabled. Now, very interesting, we'll see now we have our new tab here for detail view to control its behavior. But you'll notice we don't actually have controls on here for a detail view how we did in previous trainings. So you can have a detail view enabled on a list and use a form view as technically that detail view. And the form view is connected to the list, so it knows how to talk to the list and tell it about its detailed updates from that standpoint. Okay, let's go ahead and click OK. Now that we've enabled has detail view, you'll notice that the return value type for this must be set to primary key. So the list inspection return type has to be a primary key for all this to work, and you'll notice that it automatically set that for me. So I'll click close. Let's go ahead and click save. We'll go to working preview. I'm going to go into inspection list. We'll go to Jones Sports number 1. I'm going to go ahead and edit that. I'm going to save that. And I'm going to save it here. And now you'll notice the difference. It's done the edit. So I got rid of the 1, so that's correct here. So we're kind of back to the original. But now you'll notice we have a little caret here that says this data has been edited offline and is available to sync back to the backend database. But you'll see we're missing something. How do we actually do that synchronization? So what I'm going to do is go ahead and for now, I'm going to go ahead and add a couple behaviors to our control bar here that will take this and synchronize this activity and also refresh this list, which is handy to have in case you ever need to do a fresh download of information. So in our next section, we're going to go ahead and add those 2 buttons into our control bar and clean up our control bar a little bit nicer so everything is nice and compact and available for the person. So now let's add in our commands to do a list synchronization and also a list refresh, which are handy to have in our application. I'm going to go ahead and use a very interesting technique to do that to save time and make sure it works perfectly. So follow along. Let's go back into design. And what I'd like you to do is go ahead and select button inspection list. Now that you've selected button inspection list, I'd like you to do this. Go down to define controls and then scroll down until you locate list detail view buttons and select that. This opens up a dialog box that allows us to quickly add pre-coded buttons to my interface to do certain things. So I'm going to select List Inspection, and down below I have a series of different things I can do. So what I'd like to do is click Synchronize, because I'd like to create a Synchronize button, but I also would like to create a refresh list, which is handy especially in development. And go ahead and select that. So make sure you've selected List Inspection, Synchronize, and Refresh List, and click OK. This will add 2 buttons now to our home page. Let's go ahead and do one quick other modification. Go ahead and click on Inspection List, select the Width property, and then here select the little eyedropper to copy that property. And what we want to do is apply that to our other 2 buttons. So after you select that copy property, it's going to bring up this dialog. And then what I'd like you to do is select either shift click or click drag, Synchronize and Refresh List, and click Set Properties. So that does is make the width for both of those 100%, so it's going to look nice. So let's click Save. Let's go into Working Preview. And you'll notice I have Refresh List and Synchronize here. Let's go ahead and look at the inspection list first. So go ahead, before you click anything, click Inspection List. And you'll notice that we have offline data. That's one thing I think is important to highlight here, is that when you're in Working Preview, it is calling the database, bringing back and maintaining local data in Working Preview. So it's essentially as if you had a mobile device out in the field running disconnected. And sometimes that can create challenges in terms of sometimes you're doing different things and the data gets out of sync, it's just not working. That's why I always make sure to add a refresh list into my button so I can kind of refresh it in Working Preview so I can get set. So let's go ahead and give this a try. We've got this edit here. Let's go back to our home button and let's click Synchronize. And you'll notice that I got an error. And I was kind of anticipating that because we kind of been playing around and we're out of sync in terms of what is going on. So let's go back into it and you'll see the error is here because notice in the form view, we edited and did all this stuff before we had our detail view set up. So I think it's confused the data that's in the system there. So we want to use the refresh list capability to refresh, get back to a base point and work from there. And I'm glad this showed up because I really want to show you, you're going to run into this kind of thing. And you got to realize that when you're in development, things are moving around a lot. So your data in the Working Preview may get out of sync and you might find these little errors that you have to correct. Now you'll notice our refresh list is not being shown. And that's because by default, when this button is created, it sets certain enable features. So let's get rid of those. Let's go to Design. Let's go to Refresh List here. And then what I'd like you to do is scroll down on the properties until you get to the Enable Expression. So again, Refresh List, Enable Expression. Double click to open that and delete everything out of it because I always want it enabled. Now there's a reason that it puts in this Enable Expression is that if you're live and you want to give the person a refresh, you only want them to be able to refresh it when it won't throw away their local stuff. In our case, we don't care. We just kind of want to blow away the data, bring it back down. So that is the proper behavior when you're in production because you don't want to lose data that people have entered in on the back end or when they're out in the field by doing a refresh and overwriting those changes. That said, let's click Save. Let's go to Working Preview. Notice it's trying to do a sync here, so I'm just going to click Refresh List. That's forcing a refresh. Now notice what happened. When I clicked there, it got rid of the synchronize because it basically reset all of my local changes. If I go to Inspection List, you'll see I'm clean. I'm going to go into Jones Sports, select Name, edit that, click Save. This updates our form view, and now I'm going to save to update our list. So now we're back kind of in a clean situation where we have a clean set of data down, we've edited one record, and now we're ready to go ahead and try and synchronize. So let's go to the Home button here. Let's go ahead and click Synchronize. And you'll notice this time there's no error because, again, the data was kind of out of sync with what was going on. So you'll notice Synchronize has now gone gray. That means that it's completed that. If we go back to our list, you'll see now Jones Sport is 1. The caret that shows its offline data edited has gone away. And if we check the backend database, you will see that Jones Sports 1 is now in the database. So again, I like to show this, and I like to encourage you when you're in development to always have a refresh list, because sometimes things just get out of whack and you want to download it. Now that we've done that, let's go ahead and move these from here up into our main menu in our control bar, show you a little bit more how to edit the control bar, but make it easier to access wherever you might be inside the application. Now we're ready to dive into the control bar and clean it up. One of the reasons I had you create these buttons ahead of time is that it makes it much easier for us to go ahead and create the code or the action JavaScript that will be triggered by the control bar. So let's do the following. Let's go back into design. So you'll notice we have two buttons here. And when I click on that button, let me go ahead and click synchronize. You'll see that Alpha has generated a little piece of action JavaScript or JavaScript to run. This is for synchronize. And if I double click on button refresh list, here's that. So what I want to do first and foremost is take that code and put it into a set of normalized JavaScript actions at the UX level so that when I go into my control bar environment, I can quickly create and use that without having to embed code inside the control bar. Again, we always want to centralize our code. So let's do the following. First, I'd like you to go ahead and click synchronize. Then I would like you to go ahead and select all of the code that's currently listed. And then right here, you can either right click or you can click this little copy button here, this icon, to copy that onto the clipboard. Now that we have this synchronized code done, we'll go ahead and close this. Let's go to JavaScript Actions. This will open up our JavaScript action. And I'm going to click Add New Action. And I'm just going to call it Sync Inspection List. That way it's very specific about what I'm doing here. Click OK. It'll say we've created the new action. It's not filled out again. We click OK. And now we have our empty. So now I'm going to go ahead and edit that action. I'm going to go ahead and add a new action. And what I'm going to do is locate the second item here called Ajax callbacks in JavaScript. And here I have inline JavaScript. And click OK. So this basically just opens up a JavaScript editor so we can paste any kind of JavaScript we want in here. And it turns it into a step inside our action JavaScript. So I actually put my insertion point in here and I click to Control V, or you can use a right click paste and paste that exact code into here and click OK. And this will say Sync Inspection List. Now it may seem a little overkill because it's just a piece of JavaScript, but who knows? You may want to do certain things before you sync or after you sync this data. So by having it in this JavaScript action, you're going to find later on it's going to be easier to modify your application. So let's go ahead and click Save. So now we have our sync inspection list done. Click OK. We're done with that. Now let's go to refresh list. Let's double click on that. Let's highlight that code and copy it. Cancel out of this because we're not going to actually edit it. Let's go back to our JavaScript actions on the left by clicking on JavaScript actions under the code button, our code area. Let's go ahead and add a new action here. And I'm going to call this refresh inspection list. Again, trying to create normalized. By the way, if you have multiple lists, it may make more sense to say inspection list refresh so that if you have a bunch, it's easier to kind of find them. Let's go ahead and click OK. Again, our warning, we can go ahead and click OK here. And now we can edit that action. Let's go ahead and edit that action. And again, as we did before, I'm going to go to Add New Action, Ajax callbacks in JavaScript. I'm going to select Inline JavaScript, click OK. This opens up our editor. I'm going to go ahead and paste here and click OK. And I'm going to go refresh inspection list. Click OK. So now we have our inline JavaScript that will trigger that same little piece of code. Click Save and OK. So now we've transported our code from these buttons that are pre-made. And I like the pre-made buttons because here's the deal. These have been tested over and over again. So they're going to work, and they've set up a very specific way. Certain other commands that you may embed in here with these buttons using the same technique may be a little bit more complicated, so therefore you can rely that the code's been done correct from the get-go. Now that we have our action JavaScripts, we could actually delete these buttons, but we'll go ahead and leave them there for right now. What I want to do in our next section is to go into the control bar and actually link the menu items to the JavaScript actions. To edit our control bar, we locate our control bar 1. You'll notice that's located in the panel header, so that's up top. And we can either double click on control bar or click the ellipsis button here to open the control bar properties. And you'll notice we're at the control bar in the items area. So a quick refresh of the control bar. First, you have items, which are individual elements that are in a control bar. You have actions that are specific commands that are in the control bar that can be triggered by items. And then you have layouts, which are a combination of items into a layout. And you can have multiple layouts in your control bar, which is very, very powerful. So you'll notice in our case we have two layouts. We have layout number 1. I'll go ahead and select that. And you'll see that it basically has the menu and some HTML, which is our text at the top of the page. Now you'll notice the menu is actually pointing to another layout which has our menu items. So what we need to do is go ahead and edit our menu items, and then they'll show up here. So we really don't have to re-architect our layouts. We'll leave them as they are now. So we'll mainly adjust our items and our actions, and then the layouts will appear and use those as needed. So our first step is go to items, and let's select HTML1. HTML1 is that text at the bottom or at the top of the screen. And you'll notice currently the HTML text is called My App. Kind of boring. So let's go ahead and go in here and let's rename that to Alpha Sports. So we can put the name of the actual company in the header and click OK. So now we have Alpha Sports at the header and that there. Now we're able to move on to our menus. So let's go back and look at our control bar layout. And you'll notice that when I click on layout number 1, our HTML1 now shows that text. If we click on menu layout here, these are the actual menu items. So what I'd like to do is go ahead and do 3 things. 1 is I want this to be a home button. 2, I'd like this to be a synchronization. And 3, I'd like to change that to be a refresh. So basically we're really transporting all of the capabilities to a menu, which is much more compact, much more usable. So to do so, we don't actually edit it here on the layout section. We go back and edit the items. So let's go back to items. Let's go ahead and select menu 1. Menu 1 is that first one there. You'll see it has an item name, a click event, and you'll see the information down here in terms of how it's styled. So the button text here is menu 1. So let's go ahead and modify that and just type the word home. So that's going to be the text. And then you'll notice about 8 items up, we have icon, and that's the icon on the menu. So let's go ahead and modify that by clicking the ellipsis button next to the icon. It's an SVG icon and it has this little comment here. Let's go ahead and click select. That'll open up our SVG icon selector. Then what I'd like you to do is click here in filter and type home. And you'll notice we have a nice home icon ready-made available for us. Click on that icon and click OK. So now our home button has that. So we'll go ahead and accept that by clicking OK. So now our menu 1 has a text of home and an icon of home. And in fact, we can check that. To check that, go to control bar layout and you'll see now, we have a little home button, much more useful. So let's go ahead and change menu 2 and menu 3. Menu 2 is going to be refresh, and menu 3 is going to be, menu 2 is going to be synchronize, menu 3 is refresh. So we go back to items, select menu item number 2. Let's first change our text to synchronize. That will change the text on that button, and let's change the icon. Click the icon here. You'll see it showing the current one, which is like a bar chart. Let's click select here next to this text. And I'm going to go ahead and click in the filter and I'm going to go refresh. And you'll notice there's a nice little refresh icon, and click there and click. I'm sorry, synchronize. So I tend to like this to synchronize, kind of it shows like things going up and down between the cloud and back. And again, you're not limited to those icons. There's many available that you can use. Now we'll go to menu 3, find the button text. Let's change that to refresh. So now that will be our text, but our icon, let's modify that. Currently it's a little shopping cart, not very helpful, so we're going to change that. Now there's a really nice one in here, and again, as you can see, there's a ton here. So I'm going to click Cloud or Download, and you'll notice after I start typing down or for download, there's a nice one that has a cloud with a little sort of coming down. And I like that one because it communicates to them that, hey, guess what? This is going to be only one way. It's only bringing stuff down from the cloud. And click OK. Now we can click OK. If we go to our layout, you'll see now we have Home, Synchronize, and Refresh. And hopefully the icons mean a little bit more to the person than the ones we had before. So now we've set up our items, modified those. We've set up our control bar layout. We're ready to go to the next step, which is to wire up these buttons to the correct actions. And we'll do that in the next lesson. Before we modify our control bar, we have to add one more JavaScript action. So let's go ahead and go to JavaScript action here. Click on that, and it'll bring up our current JavaScript actions. And I need to add an action that will take us back to the home page, or basically the home panel card. So click Add New Action. We'll go nav to PC Home, using the same naming convention to keep things consistent. It's giving us our warning saying it's not set up. Click OK. Now we can edit that action. I'm going to go ahead and click Add New Action. Type the word panel, because panel actions are where we'll do navigation. Go ahead and double click or click OK to open that up. The action we'd like to select is Set the Active Panel, and the target panel we'd like is PC Home. And click OK. So again, set the active panel to PC Home. Click OK. And we're going to put in a little text, say Navigate to PC Home. And click Save. So now we have all of the action JavaScript we need to enable our control bar. And that's actually a very good strategy. The way I approach it is I look at the different behaviors I'm going to need, get them set up as action JavaScripts. Then when I go in to enable my interface, say through the control bar or other buttons, it's a very quick and simple process and easily maintained later on if I need to change different behaviors. So let's go ahead and click OK. Now we need to go into our control bar. So let's go ahead and double click on the control bar. And you'll notice that we have our different items here. We have menu 1, which is our home one, menu 2, menu 3. And if I go to menu 1, I want to show you that under menu 1, there's a click action. And that action goes to action number 1. For menu 2, the click action goes to menu action number 2. So we don't actually put any code or JavaScript here. We actually associate the items with the actions. So let's go to Actions and take a look. I'm going to click on action number 1, which is the menu number 1. And as you can see, there has been put in here a standard set of JavaScript just to have something in there when you create a control bar. We'll go ahead and delete that. So highlight line 15 and delete that. Then what I'd like you to do is go to Action JavaScript, insert code to run a JavaScript action. Once you do that, it's going to bring up our selector, and we want to go ahead and handle that. Oops, my naming's a little off, but we can go ahead and handle that later. So go ahead and click OK. And now you'll notice when this action is triggered, it will happen and execute that navigate to PC Home. Now, one thing I want to note right now, which is really cool about separating items from actions, you could have actually multiple items that trigger the same action. So it saves a lot of time and effort from a maintenance standpoint. Okay, for menu item number 2, this is going to be our refresh. So what we want to do here is do a refresh. So let's go to action number 2, click there to select it, and let's go ahead So now that we've set up action number 1, we can turn our attention to the second menu item. And the second menu item So now that we've completed our first action, we can turn our attention to the second menu item. So I'm going to go back to items. I'm going to go to menu number 2. And this is my synchronize menu item. So now that we're on there, we'll go to, you'll notice that menu 2 is triggering action 2. So let's go here to action number 2. You'll see it has some pre-defaulted JavaScript. Let's go ahead and delete that. We don't need that. And then what I'd like you to do is go to JavaScript, insert code to run a JavaScript action. And in our case, we now have our sync inspection list action ready to go. So go ahead and select that. And so therefore it inserts the JavaScript to handle that. Let's go back to items. We'll go to menu item number 3. And remember that item number 3 is it's a refresh button. So now let's go to actions. Select action number 3. Again, it has our pre-defaulted text. We can get rid of that. And let's go ahead and add some code through the insert code to run a JavaScript action, our refresh inspection list. So as you can see, since we already did all our homework, it's easy just to put in these little actions to run them. And if I ever need to update them, I do it in one place. Now, one thing that is maybe a little confusing right now, you'll notice that action 1, action 2, and action 3 are very generic names. So what I'm going to do here is I can actually change this action name. So I'm going to select action number 1, and I'm going to click change action name. And I'm going to call that home. And click OK. So you'll notice now my action has a name of home. Let's go ahead and do that for the other actions. Click action number 2, click change action name, and type in sync. And let's go to action number 3, change the action name by clicking on the little URL here and call that refresh. And you may want to give them more distinct names. Maybe say sync inspection or something like that. Now, since I've changed those names there, if I go back to my items, you'll see when I go to menu number 1 and scroll up, it's now using the click action, or I'm sorry, the home action. So it actually, if you rename the actions, it renames them here. So you don't have to worry about things getting out of sync from that standpoint there. And again, I would take a little time to think about it. Maybe this should be home action or something a little more extensive. Okay, we've updated our items, made them look a little nicer. We've updated our actions. Let's go ahead and click OK. Let's save. We can now go into our working preview. Now you'll notice we still have our buttons here, but in our drop-down, we now have a series of buttons here, Home, Synchronize, and Refresh. And if I click that, you'll notice there was like a little bit of a circle that came up, which said it went online and grabbed that data there. So to fully test it, let's go into Inspection List. I'm going to select Jones Sports. I'm going to click Jones Sports 1. I'm going to delete that. So now it's back to the original name. Click Save. Saves it to our form view. Click Save again. Our list is now dirty and it's showing us that information, showing the new data. Now instead of going back to the Home button, I can go here, say Synchronize. And in a moment, you'll see the data has been synchronized and it's showing that we're now in sync with the backend database. So you can transport all this to a nice set of menus that are up here, and you can style them any way you want to make them simple. And this is really an improver for the user experience to the user when they use your technology, and more importantly, your specific application. Now that we have the basic structure of our application put together, including the list control, form view, and editor, along with some navigation items, we're ready to move on and go into deeper on the power of the form view control. So let's go ahead and extend it with some new data. Let's return to the design environment. Let's go ahead and go to the form view here. So click on there and either double click on form view or click form properties in the right hand side to open it up. Now this is our fields tab, so make sure that's selected. And these are all the available fields that can go into our system or into our form view. It's being populated from our list of inspections. I'm going to go to form layout and you'll see currently we only have two fields here, business name and business address. And I'd like to go ahead and add another field to this. So let's click add item. Let's select data controls. And when you do that, you'll see all of the available controls and the ones that are selected are highlighted in bold. So let's go ahead and add the date control. So click on date and click OK. So now the system has added a date field along with our other two to our form view. Let's go ahead and go into our form properties, or I'm sorry, our preview, and show you what that looks like. So you'll now notice we have name, business address, and the date of the inspection shown here. And as you can tell, the date is defaulted to a specific generic date here. So let's go ahead and modify that. To do so, let's go back to our fields, select date, that'll select our date, and then what I'd like you to do is look over on the right hand side to field properties, and let's locate display format. It's about almost to the last. Let's go ahead and select that. You'll notice currently it's selected for number. Let's go ahead and change that to date. You'll notice the input type is string, the input format is server-side date format, and the date output format is not selected. What this is that when we do inputting of dates, it's going to save it in a format that the server will accept. In terms of the output format, this is what we're going to be to show the actual date. So let's go ahead and modify that. Let's select the three ellipses next to the date output format. This will bring up our date format dialog box. And you'll see there are a number of selected ones here. So let's go ahead and change it to say day, month, year. And if we want to have time in there, we can click build and we can select and build a time factor. But you'll notice we have predefined format settings. So let's go ahead and use those. Let's go ahead and click here on insert predefined format string. And let's go ahead and select, say, this one right here. You'll notice it's basically building up a string of these items by using these different elements to tell it the formatting. And this is the result that will occur. So let's click OK. So now we define both a date and a time format. Click OK and click OK there. Now let's go ahead and check to see how that works. Let's go into our preview. And you'll notice right here that we now have a nicely formatted date and time versus our previous. And you have complete control over that date formatting in the system. So this is an easy way for you to add new fields. When those fields are added, you can define the display format, and then we can move on from there to add other characteristics to make it look and display the way you want it to. Now let's go ahead and make an editor for this. So I'm going to go ahead and for the date field, much like I did for business name and business address, I'm going to click Editor Set. I'm going to select Editor Set 3 and Editor underscore text. And that's because we have one editor currently available. And click OK. Now we can save this. I'm going to go ahead and save the UX. And let's go into working preview. Going to touch the inspection list. Going to go ahead and go into Jones Sports. And now you'll notice our form view is showing our new date and time here. I can go ahead and click on this. And notice it takes us into the date editor. And this is one of the most powerful capabilities. You'll notice that I didn't have to lay out a whole new editor or I didn't have to lay out a whole new set of fields to edit this. I could reuse an existing system in terms of the existing editors that were in there by just merely linking to them. So I can go in and edit this data. Let's say that is going to be the 27th. Save it. And you'll notice now it's updated to the 27th. The important thing to realize is that my form view has fields, and those fields are then related to the editor. And if I just do that, we can reuse it. So I could add 100 new fields, and therefore I wouldn't have to add any new items here. Now, a couple things I'll need to modify. First, the date is kind of not showing very well, and we don't have any help text in here. So let's go ahead and modify that very quickly. Let's go back into Design, go into our form view, and then what I'd like you to do is, with date selected, go over here to Editor Settings, and this is where we set our editor field and help text. So we'll go Inspection Date for the field title, just to make it very clear, and there is enter a date for the inspection. Let's go ahead and click OK. Let's save that. Let's go into Working Preview. I'll go ahead and go in and navigate down into my list. Here's my date. Now you'll notice I have inspection date and enter date for inspection. I could go ahead and edit this, save, and it will update the system. Now you'll notice one thing though. This is a text box. Really not the most effective way to enter dates and times. In our case, what we'll do is show you a much easier way to handle and really illustrates the power of the form view by adding a new editor in our next section. As we mentioned, editing dates in a text field is not exactly the best way to go forward. It's prone to error and validation, and there's a lot of chances things will go wrong. So instead, we want to provide an easy way for the user to enter dates, especially on a mobile device. Given the fact that you have a very small keypad, a lot of complexity, this is the way to go. So what we're going to do is let's go ahead and add a new editor into the system, and that's really going to demonstrate the power of the form view. So to do so, let's go ahead and scroll down till we get to editor_text, editor end underscore text. Make sure you're inside of editor set number 3 or _3. On the right hand side, go down to define controls, and I'd like you to go ahead and just select for now editor date spin list and click that. And what I'd like you to do is modify that to editor_date and click OK. You'll notice when we did that, it inserted a new editor with a combined set of controls to allow you to modify a date using what's called a spin list and a spin list group. This is a mobile optimized way to enter and edit date information. It's also included some extra buttons here for today and none, and also the save and cancel that are very similar to here. So the nice thing is this is already all done for you, so you don't have to recreate this. Now, we have our new editor, but currently the form view is tying the date to a text editor, i.e. our first editor_text. So we need to rewire the form view to point to the correct editor. To do so, let's go ahead and double click on form view to open it back up. Let's go ahead and select the date. So make sure you're on the Fields tab, select date. On the right hand side, go over till you see editor. And you'll notice currently it's set to editor_text. Go ahead and select that. And now you'll see, because we have two editors available within our editor set 3, I'm going to select now editor date, which is our new editor, and click OK. So now we've basically mapped the date to that specific editor. Let's go ahead and click OK. Let's save this. And let's go into working preview. Select inspection list. We'll go into Jones Sports. We have our date field here. And so now you'll notice we have a mobile optimized experience for dates. So this is called a spin list. So I can drag this up and down with my finger to modify the date and the year. So let's say we want to do that a little earlier in January of there. Now notice I can click today and it will automatically select the date from the system. I can also click clear date and it will clear it out in case you want to empty out that date. So let's go ahead and go to date, and I'll go ahead and select a few days before. Now that we've done the inspection date here, we can click save, and this will save this to the form view just like the text editor. So let's go ahead and do that. But you'll notice we have the same behavior we had before on the text field, which is when you change it or click save or cancel, it's performing that hide function. We'll fix that in a minute. But let's go ahead and go back and look at the form view, and you'll notice that it's added in the new date into our field here. So the editor is automatically wired up to the form view so that you're able to see that. Since we're only working with dates, let's go ahead and remove this date time here. So let's go ahead and go into here and reformat the display so it just shows date. So let's go into design. Let's go into form view, select date, and then on the right hand side select date format. We have the date here, and we just want to display the date format, so we can select here, select date format, and go to the dd-mm-yyyy. And I'm going to leave time format empty. Click OK. Click OK. Save. I'm going to go ahead and do a working preview just to verify everything looks okay. So we'll go to inspection list there, and now you notice it's just showing the date there. So we still have the issue though, when I change my date and hit save, it's disappearing, and we'll handle that in the next section. So let's do a little cleanup before we move on to the next step. Let's go into date, and remember when we click save here, it saves it to the form view, but it also makes it disappear, which is not really the characteristic we want in terms of how the user will operate with this app. So let's go ahead and address that. We've done it before, so we can basically use the same methodology in this case that we did before. So let's return to design, and let's go ahead and look at our save button for our editor text. This is our save button for the editor date, but I want to double check that. So we go in here, and we'll notice we made two changes before. First, the close editor after commit, we turned that from true to false, and then we added this run action here that will take us back to the form view. So basically we just need to duplicate this. Now, very important, we just can't copy and paste that code, because check out line 2. You'll notice that it's doing an editor commit, but it's an editor commit for the editor_text. So again, we can't really just copy that and paste it, because otherwise we would be committing the wrong information. But we can go cancel. Let's go down here to our save button within the editor date. Let's double click to open that up. First, let's look at line 1. You'll notice it says close editor after commit is true. Let's change that to false. And again, this is false is a JavaScript false, and it's just written with the word there. You'll notice it's doing the editor commit, and in this case, it's doing the editor_date. So it's committing the date editor. So let's go ahead and go to the end of that line, line 2, hit an enter to go to line 3, and then locate Action JavaScript here, and go Action JavaScript, insert code to run a JavaScript action. And what we'd like to do is navigate back to the form view. So select nav to PC _ form view, click OK. There we go. So now it won't close that editor or hide it, and at the same time it'll do the navigation. So let's click save. Now we also need to address the cancel button. So go ahead and go down one more control to cancel. double click on that, and you'll notice that we have our editor cancel. That is the proper behavior here. But let's go ahead and go to the end, hit enter, and go to Action JavaScript. Locate insert code to run an action JavaScript or JavaScript action. And let's select our nav to PC underscore form view and click OK. So now it's going to cancel the edit and take us back to the form view. Click Save. Now we can go ahead and save this. Do a working preview. Go ahead and inspection list. We'll go to Jones Sports. Now we want to change the date here. So I'm going to change that to the 28th. I'm going to click Save. And you'll now notice that it has updated our date, thus it's committed the editor, meaning it's taken the data out of the editor and applied it to the form view. And at the same time, it went ahead and navigated to the form view after it completed that action. Let me go back in there. I'm going to change this to, let's say, the 24th, and I'm going to click Cancel. And in this case, you'll notice that it did not apply. So it canceled our edits and it moved us back to our form view. If I go back in, you'll notice that it reset this control. So it's back to where it was before. So that's the difference between the cancel and the save. The save will take what's in the controls in the editor, apply it to the form view. The cancel will reset it back to what the form view's original value was. And then we went ahead and added in the navigation to make it nice and neat for the person, so when they click save or cancel, it goes to that location there. Now you'll notice, I'm going to go ahead and cancel here. You'll notice if I want to edit Jones Sports, I go here, I make the edit, but if I want to edit something else, I have to go back to the form view and select the other item to add. And that can get pretty annoying, especially if you have a large number of items here. In our next section, we're going to go ahead and show you how you can address that to make it easier for the person to rapidly enter data into their application using the form view in the editors. So now we can enhance the user experience by adding some buttons into the editor area so they don't have to continually navigate back to the form view. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go into Design. Once you're in Design, I'd like you to find the opening tag for PC underscore editor. Right click on there and say Panel Header. Now when you do so, it's going to ask you to, if you would like to include a control bar in the panel header. In our case, we don't. We're going to go ahead and just use traditional buttons. So click No. And you'll notice now in the PC editor, we now have a panel header area. So what I'd like you to do is go ahead and select panel header underscore 3, and we want to add some buttons into this header. So let's go over here to Other Controls and follow along. First, let's add our first button. So that will now insert an empty button here. Then what I'd like you to do is insert what's called a tab stop. So one button, click tab stop. Now you'll notice you have a button and a tab stop. Now I'd like you to go ahead and enter two more buttons. So we'll go button number 1 and button number 2. So we have a single button separated by a tab spot and then button 1, button 2. And you'll see in a moment what this tab stop does is it actually inserts a space between them, so this will be left aligned and these two will be right aligned. You'll notice that when we inserted the buttons, it put in a line feed element. And we don't want that because otherwise we would have multiple lines in our header where we only want to have a single line. So go ahead and highlight all three of these here. Click the toggle break. And you'll notice that it's removed the toggle break from these three buttons here. So now we have our button structure. We need to do a couple things. We want to change the visuals on these buttons. And what I'd like to also do is then add the action JavaScript to these buttons so that it actually performs an action. So let's go ahead and first let's modify our first button. Now, currently it's a text button, but I'd like to make this an image only button. No reason to, let's make it very clean. So over on the right-hand side, with your first button selected, go down to button layout. And from that layout, click the drop-down menu and select image only. Now, once you've selected image only, you'll notice that the image name now is available. So let's go ahead and select that to select the image for this button. Now, the operation of this button will be to take us back to the form view. So when we're in the editor, we don't necessarily have to hit cancel. We can just say, hey, we want to go back to the form view. So go up to SVG icon here and select that. This will give us our image name selection. Select that. This will open up our selector. And I'd like you to go to the filter here, insert your item in the filter and type left. And locate our chevron left. It's this one here. It's just a single, not the dual, but the single. Once you've selected that, it'll update the icon name down below and click OK. So now we'll have a button that doesn't have any text but shows this nice little chevron in there. Makes it nice and neat and clean, and something very understandable to someone who's used any kind of mobile application. Click OK. Now for the next two, we could create icons, but I'm just going to go ahead and use text to make it very obvious of what it does. So I'm going to go here to our button here, and I'm going to leave it text only for the button layout. And I'm going to go ahead and go to button text, and I'm going to type previous, P-R-E-V, and click OK. Next, I want to go to button here. I'm going to change that one to next. So once you've selected the button, double click on button text and type next. So the idea behind this is that this button right here takes you back to the form view. These buttons allow you to navigate within the form view to move from editor or from field to field, which will display the appropriate editor when seen. So let's go ahead and click Save. And let's just see what it looks like here. So I'm going to go into Inspection List, Jones Sport, and I'm going to go ahead and select Jones Sports. And you'll notice now we have our second area here with the button here, which is just purely text, and our previous and next buttons here. Now they don't do anything yet. We're going to do that in a moment, but this is the structure, and the content, the current editor for that is shown below. So actually, let me go back here, select, let's say Jones Sport, select business address, and notice it's showing business address underneath here. So what we want to do now is add the behaviors to these buttons so that it works properly. So let's go back into design, and let's start with button number 1. Now, the button when clicked here takes us back to the form view, and luckily we already have a action JavaScript ready to go. So I'm going to double click on this to open up our edit click event. You'll notice we're on action JavaScript, so click add new action. Now you could set up a panel, but we can go to run action, click OK after you click run action, and then let's select to nav to PC form view. And so basically that previously made action, we're just reusing it. And therefore, if we ever change the behavior of that, we always have it in one place. Click OK, and I'm going to put in here nav to PC form view, so that people know what this does, and click Save. So now no matter when this is displayed, when they click on here, it's going to take them to the form view. Now what I'd like to do is go ahead and go in and add the button here, previous, where it will go from the previous to the next item in the form view. And luckily there's action JavaScript that will do it. Now, I'm going to show you a cool trick. Normally what I want to do is always go back to JavaScript actions and set up my actions there. But I want to show you something kind of cool in case you ever go along and end up setting up an action on an individual item, but want to go ahead and put that back to where it should go. Okay? Or rather, put it. So I want to show you a really cool trick. let's say you accidentally so I want to show you a really cool trick. Let's say you have gone ahead and added some behaviors to a button, but you want to have those centralized. There's an easy way to do that, and I'm going to use that example here. So let's go ahead and go into button previous, double click on that to open it up, and let's click add new action. And then what I'd like you to do is when this action comes up in the filter list button, type form view, or just type FORM. And you'll see we have form view control actions. Go ahead, click OK. So these are a set of actions that operate on a form view. So go ahead and select from the action. You'll see there's a whole bunch of different actions here, which is pretty cool. Things like refresh, clearing errors, committing, everything. But the one I'd like you to look for is navigate. And then click OK. So the action name is navigate. We now need to point to the particular form view because you might have multiple on the same system or same UX. So in our case, we only have one called form view. And now the navigation direction, let's select previous because this is our previous button. So again, action JavaScript, action navigate, form view 1, previous, and click OK. And I'm going to say form view nav to previous. So it's very clear. So we've gone through this step of defining this in this button. Again, don't like to do that, but sometimes it's faster and easier just to do that. Maybe you've already done that. There's a really cool feature. If you'll notice over here, there's a link here that says convert to JavaScript action. Let's go ahead and click on that. And then you'll see it's asking you which action. I'm going to go ahead and click this one right here. And I'm going to click OK. These are my existing actions. So I'm going to go ahead and say form view nav to previous. So I want it to be, since this is related to the form view, I kind of want to make it very specific. So again, type in form view nav to previous. And again, you can use your own naming convention if you so fit. And then click OK. So you'll notice it replaced the actual action that was built into this button with now a run action command. And that run action command actually calls an action it moved over to there. So this is actually a really nice thing because if you're just starting out, you could go ahead and define them on the buttons and then move them over. But the important thing is I really want you to try to always centralize your JavaScript actions. It really saves a lot of maintenance. And also when other people are reviewing it, it makes it easier for them to understand your code. So let's click OK and save. Now let's do the same thing with next. I'm going to double click on next. I'm going to add a new action. I'm going to type form for form view control actions. Click OK. So what action we want? Let's go ahead and select the action name. And remember, it's part of the navigate flat. So we go navigate, click OK. And then what we want to do is select which form view we're operating on. Since we only have one, it's pretty simple there. And then what is the navigation we want to do? In our case, we want to do the next action. The previous one was previous. Next one is next. So we do that and click OK. And we'll go form view nav to next. Click OK. Now this will work, but again, we don't want to leave this stuff here. We want to centralize it. So you can just quickly go over here, click Convert to JavaScript Action. You select the one you want to, which is this one right here, and click OK. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and select that just to put the text in here. And I'm not clicking OK. I'm just selecting that. And therefore, I just have to highlight it and just go next. It's kind of a little shortcut. It makes it easier to bring consistency to your naming. So we click OK. So again, what it does is it takes that action, converts it into a centralized JavaScript action and then inserts a run-in action to actually execute that there. Really like that feature. It makes things, especially if you're running and gunning, you put together some stuff, you can then go do some cleanup later to make sure everything's in the right place. Click Save. And let's go ahead and save our UX. And let's give it a try. Click Working Preview. Let's go into Inspection List, select Jones Sport. I'm going to go ahead and enter our first one. So now we're in our first field, and this is using our text editor. I'm going to click Next, and notice, instantaneously, we see the address. I click Next. Notice this. We're seeing our date, and notice that it's taking care of making sure that the proper editor is shown. So here it's showing the text editor, here it's showing the date editor, because it understands what fields are located with what. When I'm on the address, it understands, oh, show this editor, here show this editor. So very powerful navigation capabilities. And now I'm going to click here, and I'm back out to my form view. And everything else works the same. If I go in here, I change the name, click Save. All of our other features are still enabled and ready to go. But now, when the user's using your application, they may have 20 or 30 things they need to do. They can rapidly move through these, and you'll see how fast, because everything is done through JavaScript on the mobile device, so it's lightning fast. So this is a really handy way to navigate and add a better user experience for your clients. So far we've been using off-the-shelf editors, specifically to edit text information and also to edit date information. But you're just not limited to those, and more importantly, you can make your own adjustments. So we're going to go ahead and add a new item into our form view and an editor and make some adjustments, and I think you'll find it very interesting. Let's go back into Design. What I'd like you to do is locate the editor end, editor date. So what we want to do is find the ending tag for our editor date, but inside of editor set 3. Because remember, we need to make sure that all editors exist within a editor set. On the left-hand side, go to Define Controls. Then what I'd like you to do is go ahead and scroll down until you get to Editor Text Box and click. Now what I'd like you to do is, before you save that, very important, is go ahead and type editor_star. Now click OK. Now you'll notice that we've entered in an editor that is identical to our editor text at this point in time, but we can make a really cool change. You'll see here that editor star text box is just a plain vanilla text box, and that's how this one up here works. But you can modify that. You can change the editors to however you want to use them, so there's a lot of creativity you can apply. So what I'd like you to do is select editor_star_text box, go up to the right where it says control type, and click the ellipsis button. And as you can see, we have a wide range of controls that are available to you. And what I'd like you to do is go ahead and go down until you find the star rating and select that. So again, locate under Select Control Type, Star Rating, and click OK. So you'll notice now that it's changed our text box into an editor star rating. Next, I'd like you to go ahead and go over here to Control Properties and select the ellipsis button next to Control Properties. This is where you can modify the behaviors of a star rating. You can put the number of stars to show, the colors, etc. You can actually also add events, which is pretty exciting because that allows you to extend the functionality within the system. We're going to go ahead and leave this as it is, but I just wanted to show you where you could go in and customize this if you so find it. Go ahead and click OK, and now we have a star rating text box. Now before we leave this, remember, we've added a new editor. That new editor has defaulted behaviors for save and cancel. So remember, if I go back to editor date, we edited the save and the cancel to make sure the behaviors were correct. So now as you start to realize how the form view works, you can kind of trap this stuff before you get too far into it. So let's click cancel here. And let's go ahead and modify our save and cancel. So go ahead and double click on save. You'll see that this is the defaulted JavaScript for saving, and it includes that close editor after commit. So let's go ahead and change that to false. You'll notice the next line is referencing the editor commit for the editor star. Now let's go to the next line here and go to line 3 and say action JavaScript, insert code to run a JavaScript action. And as we've done before, locate the nav to PC form view and click OK. So now it's going to commit the editor, but not necessarily close it, but it will go to the form view. Click Save. And let's go ahead and go into Cancel. You'll notice it has our editor cancel that we've seen before. Let's go to the end here, and let's go Action JavaScript, insert code to run Action JavaScript, and locate the nav to PC form view, and click OK. Now we can click Save, and therefore we know when we start running it, it's going to work the way we want it to, similar to the other items. And again, you'll get into a rhythm as you start developing for that to happen. Okay. Now that we've created our editor, we actually need to link it to our form view, because currently our form view has no idea this editor exists. So what I'd like you to do is go ahead and scroll up. Let's go to Form View 1, double click on that, and click on the Fields tab. And you'll notice we have an item called Rating, and that's what we're going to use our star for. So the first thing we're going to do is tell Rating, well, what editor should I use to edit it? So I'm going to go ahead and select Editor Set, select Editor Set 3, and you'll notice now our new editor underscore star is showing. So select that. So now it knows whenever you need to edit Rating, it's going to go to this editor set and this particular editor. Since we're here, we can go ahead and modify our editor settings to give it the field name and also the help text. So let's change field title first, and we'll go Rating, and then what we want to do is select a star to enter a rating. Okay, so again, field title, edit rating, and then help text is select a star to enter a rating. So now we've connected our rating field to that. But we have one last step here. We need to go to form layout, because you'll notice currently we aren't seeing that rating. So we want to add that into it so we'll be able to see it. So with date selected, go ahead and go down here to add item, click add item. Then what I'd like you to do is locate data control label and click rating and click OK. So now we have our rating. We have our friendly name of rating, and it's of type label. So we've set up our form view so it's now displaying that information, and also the editors are all connected. So let's go ahead and click OK. Let's save. Now go into our working preview. I'm going to go and scroll down. We'll go into inspection list. We'll go into Jones Sports, and notice now we don't currently have a rating there, but if I click on it, it takes us to our star rating indicator. So I can click a star rating by just tapping on it. When I click save, you'll notice that it's going to save and commit that, and that's our new rating for this. Go back in, it's linked it from there. So I can go ahead and do that. I can save that. Now I can save this here, and it saved it to our list control, and then we can use our synchronize here to synchronize that rating update to the back end. So the real power is the fact that you're not limited to the editors that exist inside the system. You can modify any of the editors to work exactly the way you want. And in fact, you can create whole new editors in the system very quickly and very rapidly by basing it on an existing editor in the system. Very handy and allows a lot of creativity to bring to your environment. Now, one thing I wanted to notice, or want you to notice, is the fact that, by the way, we've added a new field. It takes care of all that for us. So these previous and next, we don't have to worry about that. These are going to talk to the form view to find out what fields are in what order and walk you through each of those quickly and efficiently, and you'll notice how quick it is here. So other than adding your editor and modifying it and making sure your save and cancel buttons perform the way you want to, the nice thing is over time, your system gets more and more easier to maintain. Especially, let's say you had 20 different ratings you need to do out in the field. Well, think of having to put in 20 of these things over and over again. Now all you have to do is have those fields in your form view, link them to the same editor for all of them. The system's going to load faster, it's going to operate faster, it's going to be simpler to operate, and most importantly, your life is going to get a lot better. Now, often in your mobile app, you're going to want to give people a selection from multiple items. And the form view has a really nice built-in functionality for that, which we're going to demonstrate now. So let's go ahead and return to our design. And you'll see we're going to do a very familiar process that you've seen before. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and highlight and scroll down to the bottom. I'm going to click on Editor in Editor _star. I'm going to go over to Define Controls. I'm going to go ahead and scroll down until I find Editor-List. So click Editor-List. This will open up our editor ID, and I want to give it a good name so it's going to be easy to remember what these editors are. So go Editor_List and click OK. So now it's added a new editor into our system, very similar to the previous one, but in our case it uses a list box control as the editor for the information here. Now, let's get into patterns. We've gone ahead and added a new editor. That means we need to immediately adjust the save and cancel. So let's go right into the save, double click on that. Let's go ahead and click here and highlight true and make that false because we don't want it to close. And what I'd like you to do is go ahead and insert here and use the action JavaScript, insert code to run a JavaScript action, and find nav to PC form view. And click OK. And click Save. Now what we do is go to the Cancel button here, double click on Cancel. This has our cancel atom. Let's go here and let's go ahead and add our action JavaScript by clicking the insert code to run a JavaScript action. That'll open up our selector. Let's find our nav to PC form view and click OK. Now that you have that done, click Save. So if you get in the habit of adjusting those the minute you put in your editor, you just won't have very much rework at a later time. Let's go ahead and save this since we've already put some work into it. So now that we've added our editor, we can continue on back to our form view to wire it up. So let's go up here to Form View. Let's double click on that. And let's locate our fields. So we go back to our fields, and then you'll see we have a field here called Inspection Type. So what we do first is with our fields is we wire up our fields, meaning we tell it what editor to use and any other associated editor settings. So let's go over here to the right, go to Editor Set, select that, say Editor Set 3, and our new editor _list, and click OK. So we have inspection type, editor set, set _3, editor list. Now since we're here, let's go ahead and adjust our editor settings. So for the field title, I'll be going inspection type. And then for the help text, I'm going to say select inspection type, since they're going to be selecting from a list. Gives them a little bit more refined information. So now we have our inspection type wired up to there, and we also have our form view connected to our editor set. Now let's go to our form layout. You'll notice that we don't have our field in there, so let's go ahead and click Add Item. And we're going to go ahead and locate Data Control Label Inspection Type and click OK. So now what will happen is the inspection type will be showing right below our rating. Now, we've set up our editor in our environment there. But now we need to actually tell it, well, what's our list content? What are we going to select from? Now you might be thinking, oh, I'm going to click OK. And I've used lists before, so I'm just going to go into the list here. And I'm going to go here and put in some static data. Well, the issue with that is how you normally use a list. But again, with the form view, things work a little differently because we're talking about a dynamic environment where this list might be used for 10, 20, 30 fields. So we don't necessarily want to create a list that's locked into one setup. So click Cancel. So again, the power of this is that the contents of this list are not driven by the list itself, but rather the form view and the particular field that you're operating on. So let's go ahead and go back into our form view. And let's go to our fields here. So we have our field inspection type. And we've gone ahead and lined it up, and we have the help text. Oops, select and inspection type. Okay, there we go. That will save it. But now we can go in here and we can actually change for this particular field what data will be going into that list when you're editing this field. And that's the important thing. You might have multiple fields and there may be multiple lists that are associated with that. So in order to do that, let's go here to the Editor Configuration Genie and go ahead and click the ellipsis button here. So you can see here are some basic configuration items, but you'll see here are the list, how you're going to define the list data. It knows let me go back, since we connected this to an editor list, it knows in here that we are using a list data source and a list data. So we're essentially going to associate a set of data with this one field. So let's go ahead and go into there, and you'll see here is JSON data. So lists use JSON data. And if you look in the lesson, I've included this in here, but I'm going to go ahead and show you some sample data here, just so you can see what it looks like. So it has a bracket to start and end, because that means these are a series of items. And then each one of these in curly brackets has a record. So you can either type this in, or I've included along with my training lesson, this text, you can copy it and paste it right in. Now that we've entered in our data, and you can see it's just a JSON with a setup of different types of inspection types, this is what's going to be used for our list. Let's go ahead and click OK. Let's go ahead and click OK. And let's do one other setting before we test it out. Let's go to our form layout, select inspection type, and let's look at the friendly name. It's kind of mushed together, so let's go ahead and just go inspection type so it looks nice. Okay, so let's click OK. Do a working preview to go in and review it. I'm going to go ahead and click Inspection List, select Jones Sports. So you'll notice now the mall is showing up here as an inspection type. I'm going to go ahead and click on that, and you'll notice that it's taken into our inspection type list. And you see we have a set of inspection types, and you'll also notice that it is highlighting the item that was selected, or value. So it automatically maps those pieces together. So let's say I want to change Strip Center or to something else. I'll click here. Then you'll notice something. The item disappeared. This is very similar to what we saw with the save and cancel. But if I go back to the form view, you'll notice that it did update the form view. Same situation you saw before. And if I click Save, this updates our record, and I click Synchronization, we update our database. So that's not really the behavior we want. So let's make a quick adjustment so that after the person selects an item in the list, it will automatically take them back to the form view. So let's go into design. Let's go ahead and open up our form view. And first, let's go to our fields and select inspection type. Then let's go into the editor configuration genie. Remember, this is where we set up our list data. So you'll notice that there's a setting that's enabled called update form when user makes a selection in the list. And so what's happening is when they click that update there, it's automatically doing the hide, something you saw very earlier in terms of that behavior. And we want that because it's nice. When the person clicks on it, we want them to go ahead and update it. You don't want to have 2 steps, especially with a list. But the problem is when you hit that update, it automatically hides the list and really gets them confused. So we can solve that very simply. Go ahead and click cancel. Now click OK to save our changes and go outside of the form view builder. And what I'd like you to do is go ahead and scroll down until you find the editor list and locate the opening tag for editor list. You'll notice that there are a series of editor properties, setting the value, showing the editor, etc. And these are just little pieces of JavaScript that happen when, say, a value is set in the editor or show editor, etc. And this is how you really, on a detailed level, modify the behavior of these editors. Luckily, most of the code is set up for you. But the one I want to look at is hide editor. And what we can do is just double click on hide editor. This opens up our JavaScript editor. Go ahead and go to Action JavaScript, insert code to run a JavaScript action. And locate our nav to PC form view and click OK. So what's going to happen is this little piece of JavaScript is going to be run when the editor is hidden. And since we have the behavior when the person selects an item in the list, it triggers that hide event, it's automatically going to run this. So go ahead and click OK. Let's save. We'll go into working preview. Go into inspection list, Jones Sports. We'll select our strip center here. Now you'll notice it's highlighted the one that's selected. So now I will click on standalone and you'll notice, boom, it changed the form view. It updated the form view. When that hide event occurred, it triggered our action JavaScript to navigate back to this. And it's a very natural kind of situation. Now, you may want to have it stay on that item so you can change those behaviors. You may want to have it go to the next. So it's really up to you of what you want to do as far as being able to handle what kind of behaviors you want when these pieces happen. So with this, the actual behavior is being set at the editor list at the hide editor spot. The user now has a nice, easy-to-use list to select the inspection type during their process. And as they select the items, it will automatically commit that to the form view so it can be saved. But there is one downside of the current methodology. You'll notice when we created this list, we actually created with a hard-code set of JSON. Now, down the road, you may have a situation where you go, wait a minute, this could be changing. This could be changed by a back-end system on an ongoing basis. And the last thing you want to have to do is go and reopen your app, update some static text and do it there and put it back out, which may be time consuming. Do realize, and we'll cover this in the app building section, the instant update system that's built into the Alpha Anywhere platform can actually address this, make this pretty easy, but often you're driving this information from a back-end database source. Well, Alpha has a solution for that, and I'd like to demonstrate that now. So let's go ahead and go back into the design. And let's look. So currently we have an editor list box, and remember, we don't actually set the values of the list here, since we may have multiple fields with multiple types of list we want to do, and we want to maintain one single list as far as the number of controls on the user interface. So let's return back to the form view, because remember, the form view is where we dictate what the content of that list will be. So locate the form view control and double click on it. And let's go ahead and look at our inspection type. So go to Fields, Inspection Type. Now on the right hand side, go down to the Editor Configuration Genie. This is where we specified how that list will be set up when the person is editing an inspection type. So let's go ahead and open that up by either double clicking on it or clicking the ellipsis button. So you'll notice that we have a list data source, and currently it's set to static. And then we have our list data. If I go in there, you'll see this is our JSON data. So let's go in here and look at our options. Well, the list data source can actually be two types. One is static. The other is called a client-side data cache, which is a very powerful system built into Alpha that allows you to bring down information that's used by your application along with your application. Very flexible, very simple to use. And we're going to use that to make our list here dynamic. So let's go ahead and cancel out of this for now and cancel out from here and go ahead and exit without savings. So to set up our client-side data cache, we go ahead and when we're at the UX here, go to the menu button and locate client-side data cache editor. It's about halfway down on this menu. So again, menu, client-side data cache editor. And let's go ahead and open that up, and you'll see that we currently don't have any client-side data caches. And really the essence of this is basically a set of data the system will automatically download and have available for the mobile device. And very important, it'll do it in a fashion so that this data is then available offline. Very simple. So let's go ahead and click Add Item. And I'm going to go ahead and call this Inspection Type, because we're going to hold in here the inspection type information for our list control, and click OK. So we've created our first client-side data cache item, but you'll notice it's got a red little icon, which means that it has not been set up properly or it's not finished. So let's go ahead and click on that and then click Edit Item. So you can see we have many different ways we can populate this. You can do a SQL query, which is what we're going to use here. You can also do a nested SQL query. This allows you to bring down very complex data from a backend database system. You could also set it up for static data, and very important, you can also set it up for XBasic, so it actually runs a function on the back end to populate this client-side data item. And that's very powerful because you can create very complex routines to be able to create the data you need on this offline app. Also, you could maybe connect it to a web API so that the XBasic calls out and gets that information. For our purposes, we're going to go ahead and use SQL query. So go ahead and select Item Type SQL Query. Now we're going to go down here first to our SQL query connection string. So let's go ahead and select that. And then when that shows up, go ahead and click on CONN and click OK. Now we have our fields from the table. That's how we're going to define that. So let's go to our table name. Let's go ahead and select on here. And this will inspect our database and get us a list of tables. And by the way, you can filter it by clicking up here in the table types to show just either tables or views. What we're looking for is our inspection type. That's what we're looking for. That's the table we currently maintain our different types of inspections. So click OK. Now what we're going to do is open up a field list, and you'll see we have two fields. Now in our case, we're not using a foreign key structure, although that is supported within the form view. But I'm going to go ahead and click Name here. And then I'm going to click OK, because all we really want to do is bring down that list of names. Now built into here, we can pass it arguments, do filtering and ordering, and a whole bunch of other things to kind of tune the amount of data that's coming down to the mobile device. And that's important because you may have a very large database, but you only want to create a subset of that information on the local device. So you can use that to kind of completely tailor the amount of data that's going to come down from here. Notice there is an important question about offline applications. And this just is here that allows you to fine-grain control over the situation. So an example here is you may want to delay the query until explicit refresh or read. And then in your application, when the person first loads up the app, download this information. So you can kind of control how often this client-side data cache is updated. For our purposes, we're going to leave that off, and we're going to let the system automatically bring this data down. So now that we've set up our SQL query, inspection type is the name of the table. The field name we want to bring down is name. Let's go ahead and click OK. And you'll notice now we've got the configuration information and we've got the little green icon saying it's good to go. Now I'm going to go ahead and select that, and we can actually preview the data that's going to be downloaded. And that's often good just to kind of do a reality check of what to handle. So let's go ahead and click Preview Data. Now you'll notice the system went to the database, extracted the contents of that table, and then turned it into a set of JSON that's now available. And you'll notice it looks very similar to our static JSON. Don't worry too much about the name. Since we only have one item, it's going to pull down and populate using these items here. So let's go ahead and click OK. Click OK. So now we've set up our client-side data cache. So the system will automatically have that data available. Now we can go back into our form view and tell it, don't use a static list, but rather use that client-side data cache. So let's go ahead and double click on form view here to open it up. Let's go ahead and make sure we're on fields, inspection type. Let's go to our editor configuration genie and open that up. And now let's look at our list data source and modify that from static to client-side data cache. Now when we do that, you'll notice that our client-side data cache item is currently empty. So we click the ellipsis button next to it. This shows us our caches that are available, and realize you could have multiple for your application. I'm going to click inspection type and click OK. So now we have told the list control that for this inspection type, use that client-side data cache. So you can see what's kind of cool is, let's say I had 12 different fields. All of those fields could use the same list, but then could use different client-side data caches to actually populate that list. And those will be automatically maintained by the system. So when people are running and using the application, behind the scenes, it's downloading this information and storing it and using it for the list. There's one other adjustment I'd like to make. Go ahead and click Show List Column Titles. So highlight that. You'll see you can customize the titles, but we'll leave that blank for now. Go ahead and click OK. Click OK. We'll now save our UX. Let's go into Working Preview. I'm going to go ahead and go into Inspection List. We'll go to Jones Sports. I'll select our inspection type. And now you can see our items are here that are coming from the client-side data cache. So very important, this data is not coming directly from the database at this point in time. It's actually coming from a local JSON file that was previously downloaded. So when I started this application, it went to the backend server, grabbed that data and put it down here. Now I can use it in my operation here. And in fact, I'm going to go ahead and edit and add a new item to my database. And in a moment, you'll see it show up. I've taken a moment to go back and edit the backend database. I'm going to go back into Design. And now I'm going to do a working preview, essentially simulating the restarting of the application. I'm going to go into Inspection List, Jones Sport, go to Strip Center here, and you'll notice we now have a new item here called Embedded. So the beauty of this is I didn't actually have to go in and edit the app. I just edited the database. The next time this app runs, it's going to automatically bring down that client-side data cache and update my list for me. So this is a very powerful maintenance tool in terms of reducing the amount of work you need to do. Now again, I've used a single name in this situation, but you can set up and use foreign key relationships, which is how most of these kind of situations are put together. So that is what's called dynamic lists, or more importantly, form view data cache lists. Very powerful. I'd suggest you use them. And now we can move on to some other really neat features of the form view system. So far in the form view, we've been using the form view combined with the editor set and editors to do editing of data in the system. But you're not limited to that methodology. There's another really cool methodology for much faster interaction with people with forms. Thus, they don't have to drive into an editor every time they want to modify something. And what I like to call that is an immediate editor. And I'm going to demonstrate that now. So follow along with me. Let's go back into Design. Let's go ahead and go into our form view. And I'd like you to go ahead and find the item completed. So completed is, hey, have I completed this task, etc. Think of it as like a checklist kind of item. So the nice thing about that is you don't necessarily have to take the person in, modify something, come back if it's something so simple. So what we're going to do here is we're going to modify this to allow it to be edited in an immediate fashion. So to do so, let's go to our form layout. Let's click on inspection type. Actually, let's go ahead and put this under business address so it'll be nice and visible up at the top part of our form view. Then what I'd like you to do is click add item, select our completed item here, and click OK. So you'll notice that we've put in our completed item below business name and business address, and it's defaulted to a label control type. But let's go ahead and modify that. Go ahead and click on the ellipsis button next to control type, and you'll notice that we have some other control types that are available. And the one I'd like you to locate is switch, and select switch, and click OK. Now you'll notice when you do so, the properties have changed, and you'll notice a very positive one here, which is called edit. And this allows you to edit this field by merely tapping in the field. Very, very powerful. Now, once you've done that, we actually need to enable one more setting. So let's go back over to fields and let's go to completed. And you'll notice that we have our standard field items, including editor, set editor, but we don't need to set those since this will be an immediate one. But we do need to go here to other settings and double click on that or click the ellipsis button. Then what we want to do is enable the field settings that has on off value. And we'll leave this defaulted for now. Now, one thing to notice is the character type, or I'm sorry, the data type. You can have character or numeric or logical. It depends on how your database is set up. But I'm going to go ahead and leave this as character for right now. I'm going to go ahead and click OK. So now we've added this field to our form, we've set it's a switch type, and we've set our other settings. We're ready to go ahead and test it. Click OK. Click Save. Let's go into Working Preview. Select Inspection List. I'm going to go ahead and select our Jones Sports. And you'll notice now is a switch control, and currently it's in the off position. But I can click on this and you'll see that I essentially have a binary switch where it's switched on or off. And this, what's really important about here is if I switch it on, then this actually enables the form view to trap that information. So you notice when I click Save on the form view, it now has this little orange caret that says the form view and the list control are now dirty and need to be synchronized to the back-end system. So the important thing is because I used a switch and it's an immediate, I don't actually have to create a builder. And this is really awesome for checklist applications. Let's say you have an inspector going out in the field and the inspector has to do 20 different things. Well, they can sit there and just tap on this, boom, 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 boom. It will update the form view. The form view will feed that back to the list control and it will go into the underlying database. Now you'll notice one thing, it's kind of limited in terms of it's really small, so it's kind of hard to manipulate, especially if you think about a finger on an app like this. So let's make a few little cosmetic adjustments to improve this. To do so, let's go back into design. Let's return to our form view and let's go to our form layout here. And let's make sure our completed switch is selected. So the first thing I'd like you to see is under the two-state switch settings, the switch width. And currently it's 75 pixels. So you could go ahead and set that to be 200 pixels, or we can go in here and let's just say it's 90%, because we want it to take 90% of whatever the width of platform it's running on, whatever kind of phone or tablet or whatever it happens to be from there. So click Inspection List. Let's go in and check our record here, and you'll notice that we have a much nicer looking switch. It's not so compressed and bent down. This is also nice visually because on a phone it's going to be much easier to interact with. So the switch control is just one example of an immediate control, And it's very powerful because, again, you don't have to create an editor to be able to edit the data within the system. And each one of these can be tied to a different specific field in the database. So it maps, say, great for checklists or any kind of elements where you're doing yes/no kind of questions. As we continue to talk about immediate editors, there's actually one of the most powerful ones available built right into the form view. And that's be able to handle images, i.e. being able to display and also capture images. So let's go ahead and explore and show you how to use that. I'm going to go ahead and go into my form view here. And you'll notice when we started out, we had an inspection image. And we defined that as a PNG image. And we also noted that we could do a capture and annotation. Up to this time, we haven't actually seen that. So let's go ahead and add that to our form layout so we can initially display images that are in the database. Now, very important, this methodology here is using a built-in image, meaning that the data is actually in a column in the database. Down the road, we're going to focus on how to make those external images, which give you a lot more power and make sure your database doesn't grow too large over time. So let's go ahead and focus on how to handle this. So let's go to Form Layout. And what I'm going to do is go ahead and put it under Business Address, sort of like completed. We want to kind of have that at the top portion of our form view. So now what I'd like you to do is go to Add Item. Then what I'd like you to do is select Image Data Bound, because that is the kind of control. Right now we've been using label controls, but we want to use a data bound image control. And then on the right hand side, select Inspection Image. So Image Data Bound, Inspection Image, and click OK. So that will now add our data bound image into the form view below Business Address. And you'll see we can have different modifications here, which we'll address in a few moments. Now to see the impact of this, we can go right into the preview mode. So we don't even have to go back to the UX to see how this works. So let's go ahead and go to Preview. So select the Preview tab. And you'll see that it shows us our updated form view. And now showing, along with our name and business, is our inspection image. So this automatically understands, since we've defined it as a data-bound image, that the data in this column that's been downloaded is image data and should be presented as such. Now, as you can see, this is kind of a large image. And as your image is getting larger, we'll talk a little bit more about how to limit that. But this is really taking up a lot of space. I'd like to actually reduce the size of that. So we go back to Form Layout. We go to Image Inline Style right here and click the ellipsis button. This will open up our standard Alpha style editor. I'm going to go ahead and scroll down until I get to the Positioning and Size area. Positioning and Size. And locate the Width item. And in here, I'm going to go ahead and put in 50%. So again, positioning and size with 50%. And basically, I'm saying make the width of this 50% of its container. And click OK. So now we have a data-bound image. We have an image inline style. So let's go ahead and do Preview. So as you can see, it's taking up less space than before. And in fact, you can see because we can see more of the form below it. So we could make any more modifications to that we so fit. You'll also notice that inspection image is currently using the standard inspection image name from the database. So let's go ahead and modify that. Select Form Layout, locate the friendly name here, and you'll notice it's using the defaulted database column name. And let's go ahead and go Inspection Image. All right, so let's go ahead and preview that. And you'll notice now our name has been improved. So two things that highlight here. One is images are great. They look great. Most modern mobile devices need to use them for different business operations. They're easy to add to your form view. It's going to take care of it. You can size it, scale it so it looks good on the form. You can play with it in terms of on your phone or your target device there. And it takes care of all that for you. The other thing I wanted to highlight here is that this built-in preview mode is really nice because then you don't have to go out and run the app to see all the different changes. You can do them very quickly here, tune it up, make it work great. Then you can drop out and start working on your editors and other pieces there. Now I want to cover one other thing while we're here in regards to images. We want to be able to capture images. And one of the cool things about the form view control is the fact that this data-bound image here is not only a display mechanism, but it's also an immediate editor. And as we talked about in the previous, we have immediate editors that are available, for instance, the switch control, so that they can right in the form view edit the data and not have to go into an editor. So let's go back into form layout. And you'll notice for image data bound, we have an item here called allow image capture. So let's go ahead and enable that. And then when you enable it, it gives us a couple different ways we can capture the image. One is by tapping on the image, which is a very native, easy to use methodology, or you could have it tap on a button. Really up to you in terms of your user experience. I'm going to keep it as tap on image. Now, very important, we had to enable this in this image data bound here. If I go back to fields, you'll notice that we had already enabled image capture and set the type of image, etc. And we're going to come back and look at this in a few moments. But the important thing for you to understand is for inspection or for image capture to work, you have to set it both at the field level and the form layout level. Otherwise, it really won't operate properly. But now we have that. Let's click OK. I'm going to save this. Let's go into working preview. Select inspection list. I'll go into Jones Sport. Boom. You'll see the inspection image is showing here. And notice how I scaled it so it's actually a little smaller on the screen. And you can adjust as you see fit. Let's go back. Let's select High Mountain, and you'll notice we don't have an inspection image here. So let's go ahead and go back into Jones Sport, and I want to capture an image here. Now I'm going to go ahead and click on here with my mouse, and you'll see when I do that, it opens up my file browser. And I've actually included some sample images that you can use for your training purposes here. Now, on a phone, it's going to use the phone's native capability, but since I'm running on a desktop here, and if I were working in a web browser, it uses the standard file selection. So I'm going to click Store 3, click Open, and you'll notice that it immediately updates that image and saves it here. Then I can go down here to the bottom, click Save. Now I save it, and I can synchronize that to the backend database here. So it's very handy and very intuitive to be able to add image capture to your system. You don't need to do a lot of extra work once you have these data-bound images available. Now, a couple other adjustments I want to show you. I'm going to go back into Design. I'm going to go back into the Form View. I'm going to go to the Form Layout, and I'm going to select Image Data-Bound Inspection Image. And you'll notice that we can set a missing image HTML. So if we wanted to put a little fake image there to show that it hasn't been captured, we're able to do that there. We can also change the class and structure so that it maybe rounds the corners, does other things along those lines. But if I go back to fields, I want to show you a key setting. So I'm selecting inspection image, and over here on the right, you'll see that we have allow image capture, and below it we have image capture settings. So let's go ahead and look at that. So you'll see currently that we are using HTML5, which is useful for when you're using a browser. Now, if you are going to wrap this and deploy this as a standalone app using PhoneGap, then you can use the PhoneGap or PhoneGap Preferred methodology. PhoneGap assumes you're running this on PhoneGap. The neat thing about that is now you can start adding images as separate files and not built into the database. PhoneGap Preferred is another very powerful way where you can actually have a single UX that will work well both on a PhoneGap environment and a web browser environment. One other key thing here is that we are resizing the image and resizing the size and or the height and the width. And that's very important because Given the size of these images, some are massive on modern phones, you'll probably want to do some image sizing just to reduce the amount of data that's going back and forth. But again, that's something you can decide on. If you need super high resolution images, you may not want to do the resizing. So that's a quick overview of how to enable the image capture capability. And now we're going to move on and talk about another powerful feature, which is the ability to annotate images. Now let's take the time to explore something really fun, and that's image annotation. It's very easy to implement within this system, but more importantly, it's very powerful. I have found many field applications can benefit by giving the ability of the person in the field to annotate images. So they capture something and they annotate it and they're off to the races. It's really cool and very powerful for any kind of application where you need to communicate complex information between fields and home office personnel. So first step we need to do is let's go ahead and get out of the form view here. I'm going to go ahead and save this. Now what I'd like you to do is go ahead and scroll down till we get to editor_list. So look for editor end editor_list. And for image annotation to work, we're going to use the built-in ink technology built into Alpha. So let's go ahead and go to Define Controls and scroll down until you find one called Editor-Ink. And then I'd like you to select that. This will open up our editor ID. Let's go ahead and change that from editor to editor ink to make it easy to understand within the system and click OK. This will now add our new editor ink capabilities, and it uses a built-in technology called ink technology that Alpha has, which allows you to capture gestures and other information and store it in a very efficient manner within your data. And more importantly, it is definitely able to be used with images. So let's do the following. As we've done before, we have our save and cancel buttons that were automatically created for us. So we know what to do now. Let's go ahead and edit those to make sure they work properly. To edit our save button, double click on it, and this opens up the pre-made JavaScript that was already in the system. Remember, we don't want to close our editor, so let's go ahead and click there and highlight the word true and change that to false. Now what I want to do is go to the end of line 2. I'm going to hit enter to put a new line on there on line 3. I'm going to go here to Action JavaScript, insert code to run a JavaScript action, and let's select our nav to PC form view and click OK. So now it's going to save and commit the items to the form view and return back to the form view. So click Save. Let's do the same thing with our cancel button. Let's go into cancel. In this case, all we need to do is go to the end of the first row, hit return, and let's insert our Action JavaScript by clicking Action JavaScript, insert code to run Action JavaScript, select nav to PC form view, and click OK. And click Save. Now that you've modified that and added our new editor ink, one thing we want to do is make sure that this is within our editor set. Always super important. Go ahead and click Save. And now we're ready to go in and wire up our photo capability to our ink editor. So let's go ahead and scroll back up to the top and locate our form view here. Now that we've set up our editor, let's go ahead and wire it into our form view. Let's open up our form view and select Fields and select Inspection Image. And let's review some of the settings. First, we've set this up as a base 64, meaning it's stored in the database. And along with that, we've stored it in a PNG fashion. We enabled image capture so that the field will be treated as an immediate field and allow you to capture images right on the form view. We also enabled image annotation and told it that we're going to be storing the annotation data in the inspection image ink field here. So that's what links the annotation from the image to where it's actually going to be stored. That's a very important concept because the annotation is non-destructive, meaning that we're not actually changing the image itself. We're rather collecting a overlay of image information in ink format and combining them within the system. There's no need for an editor set here because we are using immediate annotation or immediate capture of images. Now let's go over to our form layout and select our inspection image. So earlier we allowed the image capture and the tap on image, but we haven't enabled this, and that's the next step. You'll notice here we also, in the form view layout, have to specify that we want to allow image annotation for this particular data-bound image. So go ahead and click that, and you'll notice there is a button that's going to be created that allows us to annotate the image. And it says annotate image is the name of the button. You can change that text if you want to, like markup image or whatever you happen to be. So we have our editor set in there. We have our data-bound image. We have our image itself saying annotation. We need to do one other thing which is important within the system. And that is we need to go back to fields. Then what we need to do is go to inspection image ink. So remember, this is a field that's in our system, but we always need to specify if we're going to capture information for that field, what editor are we going to capture it? So you'll notice currently it's not set to have any editor. We've created the editor, we just haven't linked it to this field. So we have to go into Editor Set, click the ellipsis button, select Editor Set 3, and our new editor underscore ink, and click OK. Now we've wired up the inspection ink so it knows when we need to grab that information, which editor to use. Let's go ahead and click OK. Let's save. We'll go into our working preview. Now to demonstrate this, I'm actually going to show it at a larger screen resolution. So let's go ahead and go in and follow with me and go to iPad 4 vertical. This will open it up in an iPad format. Click Inspection List. Select Jones Sports. You'll see we have our form view here. And now you'll see below the image itself, we have a new button here called Annotate Image. And that was automatically put in there by the system since we said this image can be annotated. So let's go ahead and click on that. And you'll notice that it took us into our new editor. It's showing an image up top and then our editing area down below. So this was all automatic for us. So we can go ahead and you'll notice how this works is that there's a square button here with a little blue dotted line. And as I move that along, it's actually updating my edit area down below. And then what I can do is go ahead and select something to edit, let's say a color here, and I'll draw on this. And you'll notice that it automatically updates the image right here with the overlay. And then I can move it over to say, I can increase and decrease the size. I can do an erase move to get rid of some of it. I can go ahead and do another annotation. I can actually switch to another color, scoot my thing over here and use that to do it, and maybe an arrow or something. Now the nice thing is that I'm using my mouse here, but in terms of a finger, it's very, very natural. And you're going to find the users love it. They're able to move this around by just merely tapping and dragging to the location you want to. And here they can update and change the editor information from there. And as we mentioned before, this is non-destructive. We're actually not editing the image itself. We're merely capturing this data and it's overlaying that data there. Now once we've done that, we can click the Save button. You'll notice that it automatically takes us back. Since it's a special type of annotate image, it understands that concept. And notice, very cool, it's actually showing us our image with the annotations in this image here. So all that's handled for you, which is a lot of work and really saves you a lot of time. Now when we click Save, it's going to go ahead and do the following. It's going to take all this annotation that's actually in our annotation field, save it, and now that information is stored in the other field, and we can synchronize that to the back-end system and be able to use that for further needs. So the image annotation is very easy to add into it. It's basically built into the form view concept. Merely adding a new editor and a couple selections, you'll be able to add that to your system. And again, I think it's an extremely popular and well-received feature that people really like, especially in the field area, because they can take images out in the field, quickly mark them up to explain what the issue is. And the old adage of a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is a great way to make that happen. Up to now, we've been working with existing data that's in our system. But obviously, when you go to the field, people are going to want to be able to create and add new information into the system. And to do so, they are also going to want to have default information in terms of when new records are created. So in this section, we're going to go ahead and show you how you can quickly create new records and at the same time default values. So follow along with me. Let's go into Design. Let's go to our PC Home. So locate panel card PC Home. Then what I'd like you to do is go ahead and click on the button refresh list. Over in the left-hand side, after you've selected button refresh list, go to other controls, button, and let's go ahead and modify that button. So let's do two things. One, let's change the text. So we'll go new inspection, because we're going to be creating a new inspection with this button. And then also, let's go ahead and make it a little bit more interesting. Let's go to button layout here, and currently it's text only. Let's change that to image followed by a text. Then once you've done that, you'll see the properties have modified, and locate the image name here and click there. We're going to go ahead and use SVG icons. Let's go to SVG icons. Let's click image name here. This will open up here, and you'll see right on the first line we have some nice little buttons here. So let's go ahead and use this button here. That looks pretty interesting. And click OK. So basically we're going to be showing an image showing a plus to add an item plus the text itself. Let's make one other modification. Let's go here to the width, and let's change that to 100% so that the button will go the complete width of the screen. Now we've created our button. There's actually no actions to it. And so the natural inclination is to go ahead and double click on this and start adding our action in here. But what we want to do is, again, get into the mode of having everything centralized. So go back over here to JavaScript Actions on the left-hand side, select that. Let's go ahead and add a new action, and let's call this new, or actually I'm going to change. I'm going to go inspection new, kind of using a term of what the entity we're working on and what the function will be in this case, and click OK. It's notifying us that we have our new action, but it has been defined. Let's click OK there. So now we just need to add behaviors there. So let's go into inspection new, and now we can add our actions. So we're going to actually have two actions. We're going to chain them together. So the first action we're going to have is creating our new record. So go ahead and click Add New Action, type Form to get to the Form View Control Actions, and then double click on that. So now we have our action name. Let's go ahead and modify that, and you'll notice that there's a whole series of actions, but the one we would like is New Record. So that triggers, much like the Detail View, a New Record event for the Form View, and click OK. Now it's asking us, well, you're creating a new record, but which form view? And in our case, form view 1. So we have new record, form view 1, and click OK. And I'm going to go ahead and put in there, say new form view record, just so people know when they read this what it means. We need to add a second action to this, because if we create the new form view record, the user won't know it till they actually see it. So let's click Add New Action. Let's type the word panel, so we can go to Panel Actions here and click OK. Let's go ahead and select this and select Active Panel to be our form view, because we want to take them right into our form view as they do after they've created the new record, and click OK. And we'll say navigate to PC form view. And I always encourage you, do put in comments, because you'll come back a week later and go, what are these things doing? I mean, it may be fairly simple, but when you get a few more of these, it gets a little confusing. So now we have this action that's built. It will create the new record and take you to the form view. Click Save. Now we can click OK here. Now we can return to our new button here. Double click on that. Now we can click Add New Action here, and instead of building it, we can just do the Run action. Click OK. Select our new action, which is Inspection New, and click OK. And we'll go Run New Inspection Action. There we go. So we're good to go. So we've got our button now that's able to create a new inspection and take them to the right person or to the right view. But we want to do one other thing, is when we create this, we want to automatically set the value in the form view. And this could be many things like the start date, end date, dates, times, other things, a lot of things you may want to do there. So to do so, we want to go into the form view control here and locate the item we'd like to have defaulted. So in our case, we're going to use inspection type for this example. So go ahead and make sure you're on the Fields tab and go to inspection type. Then on the right-hand side, you'll see there is a parameter or property called default value for new record JavaScript. And so each of these fields has this available. And that's an important thing. Again, remember, we're using the same editors over and over, so we can't actually associate defaults with those editors or those fields because it may not make sense for each field. So we're linking to our different fields a new record JavaScript, meaning something to execute to create that new record. Default item. So to modify that, go ahead and select here, and this will open it up. As you can see, this is just a little piece of JavaScript here. And what this JavaScript will do is run, and it will return a value. And so this could be looking at a hidden field or doing a whole bunch of other things you can do. We're going to use a very simple hard-coded. So I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go return, and that's the key word. You have to have return because that's telling from this function what's going to be returned. And then in single quotes, I'm going to go embedded, because I want this to be maybe for a embedded inspection. Like most of my inspections are all embedded stores or something along those lines there. But again, what I'm doing is I'm returning a value. In our case, this is a hard-coded value, but that could be calculated, could be looked up, many different ways you can use that. So what's going to happen is when a new record is requested to this form view, it's going to execute this JavaScript here, and whatever is returned is going to be placed into the value for that field in the form view. So go ahead and click OK, and you'll notice now we've got our default value for new record set up. Now, before we're ready to test this out, we have to make one last adjustment. And this adjustment is only because we're using an Access database for our testing here. If we were using a regular MySQL or SQL server, you wouldn't have to go through this. But we found during our testing of this application a little adjustment that needs to be made. So to do that, we need to actually do it at the list control. Click OK, and make sure you've saved any changes to your form view. Now we want to go back to our list inspection. So double click on list inspection. Then once list inspection is open, go to fields. And then select inspection image. And over on the right hand side, come down here to where under updatable and image capture, you'll see there's blank as nulls. And yours may be not selected. But what I want to make sure is yours is selected. And basically what this says is that if this field is blank, then save it into the database as a null, which is the standard methodology for this. Go ahead and select Signature Ink. Also make sure that blank is null is checked here. And then click Inspection Image Link or ink and click blank is null. Just make sure those three are null. And the primary purpose of this is that in Access, if you don't set these, then you get an error when you try to insert things because it needs to be these settings to make sure it works properly. Now you've done that, click OK. Click Save to save all our changes to our form view and also to our list inspection. And now go into the working preview to test it out. Notice it remembers my last state, which was the iPad, so we can go back to our iPhone 4. And now you'll notice we have our new button here. It's got the nice little icon in front of it. I'm going to go ahead and scroll down here. I'm going to click New Inspection, and you'll notice that it took me right to the form view. And if you'll notice, if I go down here, the inspection type has been defaulted. And that's that little piece of JavaScript we added that allows you to default it. Now I can go in here and just start executing on adding information. So like News Store, click the next button, say the address is 100 Elm Street. I can click Save here. I can go through and add the image. Let's go ahead and do that real quick. And I'm going to go ahead and mark this as completed. And I'll go down here at the bottom, click Save. And now you'll notice we have in our list control a new record here. And that new record has this little blue icon that states that it's a new record. The yellowish orange is for a update to an existing record, but now we can do new records here. Go back to Home, click Synchronize, and all changes have been applied to the back end. You'll notice the Synchronize button has gone back to a gray state. We can then click on Inspection List, and you'll notice we have our new store located in our list and saved into the database, and our new record is complete. Very common requirement for mobile disconnected inspection apps is the ability to map locations. And we're going to go through that process now. We're going to go ahead and add a map to our functionality here. So let's go ahead and first go back into the design environment. Then what I'd like you to do is go ahead and scroll down all the way to the bottom till we get to the end of PC Editor. Then what I'd like you to do is we're going to enter in a new panel card here for that location. So let's go ahead and go to the left, select Panels, make sure you have Panel Card in PC Editor selected, click Panel Card, and click Insert After. And this will create a new panel card. Now, good design practice is to immediately rename that panel card so that it's consistent with the other panel cards and easy to use for navigation. To do so, go to the ID here, type in PC_map. So that's PC_map, and click OK. So now we have our new panel card here. And what I'd like to do is display a map in that. And Alpha has a built-in mapping component. So we go to Data Controls, scroll down until you locate the map control. It's a data control because it can be data-driven. And go ahead and click that. This will open up a new control box. Go ahead and type in Inspection Map. So again, Inspection Map, and click OK. So now we have our new map here. Let's do one other real quick thing. On the right-hand side, let's go ahead and click here and Fill Container, because what we want to have happen is that map should take over the whole panel card. And so we shouldn't see a header or any white space or anything like that. So go ahead and click here. Now that we've set it to Fill Container, we can go ahead and now connect it into our Form View product. So let's go ahead and scroll back up, and let's go ahead and double click to open up and edit our form view. Now let's go to our form layout, and let's go ahead and right at business address, select business address. What we're going to add in here is a button that will allow us to map this location. So click Add Item, what we can do is locate other controls and locate button. Notice just while we're here, you can embed your own maps and other things inside of a form view, which is pretty handy. But in our case, we want to actually navigate to a panel to do that. So click OK. And this will add our new button into our form view. You'll notice it defaults the button text to button. So let's go ahead and change that to map location. So again, button text is now map location. Now the button layout, to make it a little more interesting, let's go ahead and click that and select image followed by a text. Therefore, we now can add an image to it. And so what we'll do there is now go to our image name button, click there. We're going to use SVG icons. Let's click select. And this brings up all our icons. I'm going to go into the filter and type map. And I've got a nice little map icon. It kind of shows us showing a little icon on a map. So let's keep that one and click OK. Confirm you've selected the correct one here and click OK. So now we have our button. And what we want to do is have an action on that button that's going to actually show the current map for the person. Now, to do that, we would go ahead and go into the on-click event here, but as we've shown before, let's go ahead and exit out of here. And let's add that action over here to JavaScript Actions. So click on JavaScript Actions. Let's go ahead and click Add New Action. And to start using our naming convention, let's go ahead and say Inspection Map. And click OK. So the idea is we're going to actually do something with an inspection, in this case map it. Click OK. So I'm going to go ahead and double click on this to edit that action. We're going to actually have two actions going on. First action is to actually map the location of the current record. So we click Add New Action, type the word map, and there's a Google Map Method UX component. There's actually two of them in here, but the one you want is Google Map Method UX component. Click OK. It's going to ask us which map we're acting on. We have only one called Inspection Map. And then it's asking us what we want to do. In our case, we want to add a marker to the map. So select the first item called Add a Marker to the Map to the action name. Now we've done that, we have some options here. First option is, where are we going to get that data? Well, explicit means like actually put in an address, so it's like a hard-coded address. But we want to actually go ahead and look at the list control, because the list control has the current selected item. So when we're on the form view, we've selected a row in the list control, so we can just go there and get the information. Now that we've done that, it's asking us which list control. I'm going to select List Inspection. And then it's asking us which columns to read. And we want to go ahead and click there, and that will open up all of our columns here. And we want to go down because we have latitude and longitude built into the list. And click OK. Now, very important, the next item says data type. So we're telling it which columns to look at, but now we need to tell the map control, well, what is this data I'm giving you? Currently it's address, but let's go ahead and select it to latitude and longitude. You can go ahead and modify the markers if you'd want through here, but we're just going to go ahead and leave this as it is. So now we have an inspection map. We're adding the marker to that map, and we're using the list control lat and lon, using and telling it that that is the kind of data that's going to be used for the location. Click OK. We'll go add a marker to inspection map. Click OK. So now we have our first action, but we want to go ahead and add our second action. So let's click Add New Action. Let's go Panel, because we're going to do a panel card action. Double click on Panel Action. The panel action we'd like to do is set the active panel, and the target panel is our new PC map. Again, why we name these things, very important there. And click OK. So we'll go Navigate to PC Map. There. So now we have our two actions ready to go. We click Save. We now have our new inspection map action, click OK. Now we can go back into our form view. Make sure you're on form layout, select map location button, and go here to the on click event and click that. And we can go here to action JavaScript, insert code to run a JavaScript action, and select our new inspection map action and click OK. And once you've done that and confirm that it's running the action inspection map, click OK. And so now we're set up. We have a new button on our form view. We have a new map that can be driven from our list control. And we have the click action that's running that to not only update the map, but then show the panel card the map's in. Click OK. Click Working Preview. I'm going to select Inspection List. I'll select our first location, and I'm going to click our new Map Location button. You'll see it has the icon and the text after it. And you'll see it presents me with a map of that location up in the Portland area. Now I'm going to return to my list. I'm going to click the second item here, which is a different address. I'm going to click Map Location there, and you'll see it's now mapped that location. One of the nice things is this uses the full power of Google. So for instance, I can make a nice smooth transition. I can zoom in and zoom out. You can also add the ability to do driving directions and many other capabilities built into this system. So adding mapping to your application is very fast, very straightforward, and more importantly, as I've demonstrated, you can now add new buttons and operations to a form view that operate on the data both in the form view and in the list that underpins the form view. I'd like to do a couple little final cleanup tasks to really make my application look a little nicer. Two things for sure. One is I want to replace this text here with Alpha Sports, which is the name of the company this is for. And also you'll see it's kind of a darker theme. So I want to brighten this up and make it look a little nicer. And last but not least is actually add an Alpha Sports logo to my home page. That'll really spruce it up, make it a little more visually interesting for the people who are using the application. So to do so, go into Design. And the first thing we want to do is modify that text at the top. To do so, locate Control Bar 1, double click on that. Once you are in the Control Bar Builder, go to Items and select HTML1 and check the HTML text, and you'll see it says My App. So we can just simply change that to Alpha Sports. So now that text at the top will look a little nicer. I'm going to go ahead and click OK, and that will save our control bar. Now what I like to do is go ahead and show an image at the top. So we have our logo in here. So let's go ahead and go down to our PC home. Let's click here on the alignment container alignment 3. Remember, this is what encloses our buttons and align them into the center point of the panel card so they look nicely. So we can add an image there by going to Other Controls, Image, which is the second one under Other Controls, and now add an image there. Now we can go over to the right and we can select our image name, which is the second property. So go ahead and click that to select that. Now I have different items I can do my image from. We've been using SVG icons, but I've actually included an image in our project here. So I can go here to Image in Web Project or Style, click Select from Web Project folder, and you'll see we have our Alpha Sports logo there. Now it's a very large image, so we need to make it smaller. And in fact, I probably would have like a pre-made small one just available, but we'll use this for now. So what we want to do is go ahead and change my height and width of the image to make it a little bit more presentable. I'll do that actually in the control itself in a moment. So let's go ahead and click OK. And click OK. So now we have our image there. Now, as I mentioned, it's way too large, so let's go over here to Image Style. In Image Style, we can select that, That will open up our style editor. Once our style editor is opened up, let's go ahead and scroll down till we get to the positioning and size area. And I can go in here to width and say, let's say make it 100 pixels. And this could be percents, inches, whatever it happens to be, but I'm going to pick 100. So now what's going to do is it's going to take that image and then it's going to apply a style to minimize the size of that image. Let's go ahead and click OK. So you'll notice now image style is with 100 pixels. Let's save. Click Working Preview. And now you'll notice a couple things. One, our Alpha Sports here is now, instead of a generic My App, we have our image in here. You'll notice that it's nicely centered because it's inside of that alignment container. And also it's a smaller size because I set that style to reduce the size of the image to be smaller. And again, depending on your application, you may want to sort of have a series of different image sizes for your logos so that you can quickly drop them in, not have to worry about sizing. You'll notice our buttons still are the same and everything else works the same. Now, the last part I want to do is go ahead and make this look a little nicer. So you can see we kind of have a bluish, kind of grayish kind of tone here. So let's kind of change that to make it a little more interesting. And to do that is very quickly. We can just go into Design and then go to the Properties section. Now, when I created this, the style was defaulted to Alpha. That's our standard style. But there's a lot of really nice new styles that are available. So let's go ahead and click that to open it up, and this will open up our select style. And you can see there's a bunch of them available here, and you can kind of pick and choose the ones you like. So I'm going to go ahead and select Alpha Blue Gray. And then I'm going to click OK. So now the style for this particular UX is Alpha Blue Gray. Let's save this. And let's do a working preview. So as you can see now, it looks a little nicer. It has a more refined font. The coloring here kind of matches my coloring in my logo. And also my coloring for the buttons is a little differently here. And you can kind of see how it does. It has that background there. Then I can go in here to Inspection List. And everything else works the same, although you see the colors are a little differently. And they kind of look a little nicer on that. So this is really how you can quickly style it and make it something that is more aligned with your branding of your application. And you're not limited to our internal styles. You can actually go in here and use your own custom styles because you can edit these styles in the style builder. You can change the coloring, you can change the fonts, you can change anything you want in that. And in fact, we'll have a training course that's all about how to apply styling to your application and how to modify those pieces. So that wraps up our styling aspect of our project. And so now we have something that looks a little nicer. It ties into the branding of the company, and the user will have a better experience on the actual device. And very important, you'll notice that all of this took effect without really changing the functionality of what we've already built. So as we mentioned, we've actually added some nice little enhancements to our overall system to be able to see the inspections once they come back into the database from a desktop environment. So you'll see I've added two key components. First is Inspection Grid, which is a grid that's built on top of the inspection table. And then the main tabbed UI, which is called the tabbed UI component that encapsulates that. So first, let's do a quick demonstration. I'll walk through how this was built. So first we go to main TUI, do a live preview. I'm going to do a full preview here. And you'll see I have a very simple tabbed UI. Has a header. I actually put a nice little logo and on the dashboard here along with a copyright. Now I'm going to click here. This is a link that goes to my grid of inspections. And so you'll notice I've created a grid. And the grid encapsulates a few of the different data items that are involved, plus also the image that has been captured with that. So for instance, if I want to see the details of this, I click on the button which is the business name. And this opens up what's called a detail view scenario. So I'm actually able to see the details of this and actually edit it here. So this is fully editable in terms of the different elements that are associated with this record here. And I'm just using the standard grid detail view. So let me show you how I built this. So let's go back into the design environment. We'll go into Web Projects Control Panel, and I'm going to open up the inspection grid first. So in the inspection grid, you'll see I selected the style name. Now, I'm using the same style as my mobile to tie in the branding. You'll notice I'm also using something called Compact Theme, and that presents a much sort of higher density. It works better on desktop web. So my query is connecting to our connection string and to our inspection table. I go to my fields here, and you can see I'm just bringing over my fields here. The most important thing is that I've highlighted that this is a image field, and I've set the inline style to be with 100 pixels. That way, even if the image is much larger, it's going to present correctly in the user interface. Now, I also enabled the detail view. So if I go to component type, you'll see that we have a grid contains a detail view part. And in this case, I'm making a read-only, but this could easily be updatable. I'm going to go here to fields, and then you'll see in the detail view, I've added the different fields here, including the ID field, so it links to it. And again, it is editable, even though I know the component side said there, so this is an editable component, and therefore when it runs, you're able to do that. Now that's the grid. Pretty straightforward. All we're doing is building it on a table. I'm going to go back into my tabbed UI, and let's look at that. First, I'm looking at the controls. Well, in our case, we only have one control, which is our inspections grid. And we basically clicked here and pointed to that. Then I've also set up the button text and the pane title to be something a little nicer than the standard grid naming. Then what I did is I went to tabbed UI properties. You'll see I selected the style name and included the compact theme here. By the way, all of that could be done at the project level, but it is nice to be able to take control at a lower level, which you can do so here. I set up my header text to be the Alpha Sports inspection application at the top and our footer text below. Then I went ahead and scrolled down till I get to the container A5W page. Now, when you first build this tabbed UI, it's going to create its own name, but I like to, and since we're only really using this single scenario, I actually forced it to be index.a5w. So when it's published, it's going to be that first thing that you pick up when you go to the folder. Now, the other thing I did, which was interesting, is if we go down here to the home page. Now, when you first set up this, you'll see that it calls local, and you define the HTML right here inside the tabbed UI properties. But if you select URL, you can then point to a A5W page, and in there you can add your other capabilities. So let me go back to the Web Projects Control Panel. I'll go to A5W pages, and you'll see I have my index page. This is the one that it's automatically created and hosts the tabbed UI. And then we also have the main A5W page, so I'll double click here and I'll open that up. And you'll see this is just a pretty standard A5W page with a title and an image embedded here, and it's all central. So that's how I achieved that sort of dashboard effect. And what's nice is this could be replaced actually with a component with graphs and charts and KPIs and things like that. So that's a quick run through. As you can see, it kind of ties the mobile application into the front end and really makes it a little bit nicer, or sort of a holistic system that you can deploy and test on your own and make adjustments. In our following demonstration, we're going to show you how you can essentially live test your application right on your phone using the development environment. You'll see currently I'm showing the inspection screen here. So we're going to keep that up, so we'll come back and refresh it after we've made some updates in the field or on our test platform. Go to Web Projects Control Panel. Let's locate our main 203_UX and let's open that up. Now that that's open, you'll notice up here next to the Publish button is something called Remote Test. Click Remote Test and then Full Preview. If your application server is not running on your development machine, it may ask you to start that, and go ahead and do so. So you'll see you have some different options under Remote Test. You could send the email with the URL of this machine. In our case, we're going to display a QR code with the URL of the test page. That will make it easy for us to launch on our phone. You can also copy it to the clipboard or do nothing. There's some other elements here. So you'll notice we have an IP address here. That's the IP address of our machine. If you need to find that out, you can click this button right here and it'll show you can select that. And that's very important because that determines how the QR code is generated. Once you've done that, go ahead and click OK. And you'll see that it generates a particular URL that comes back to this machine, allowing you to test this. And here's the QR code with this information enabled into it. So now we're going to switch over onto my phone and demonstrate how it works on the phone at this point in time. Now you're seeing the home page of my phone. I'm going to go ahead and launch the camera application. That is going to open up my photo application, and I'm going to actually just take that and point it at the QR code. Now I'm running on iOS, so in this particular interesting situation, iOS has the ability to determine what QR codes and automatically identify them. So you'll see at the top it's asking me to open up that URL address. So I tap on that. That now opens up my web browser on my phone. So as you can see now, we're at our home page of our application. So I'm going to go ahead and click Inspection List, and there is our list. And you can see it scrolls very smoothly. It's nice. It uses all the hardware capabilities. But now I can go into, say, this first item here. I'll scroll up here and then tap on the name. This will bring up our editor. I'm going to go ahead and edit that, save it. Then what I'm going to do is save my form view. You'll notice now that it's identified this as a change offline, so it's distinguishing that with the little orange caret. Now I go up to my menu, I hit synchronize, and you'll see that it calls back to my development machine, it applies the change, and now I don't have that record dirty anymore, and it's reflecting that by removing the orange caret. So essentially you have a live application you can test, and this is really valuable. For instance, I can go here to home and see, oh, you know what, I'll probably want to modify my size of my icon, change things around a little bit, maybe remove some icons, etc. So it allows you to give you a much better experience than what you would see on your development screen from that standpoint here. You'll notice I included the refresh list and also new inspections so that we can download new data when we need to during the testing process. So let's return back to the desktop application and check it out. So you'll notice that we have modified our Jones Sports on our mobile device and synchronized successfully. So now I've gone back to my desktop in my development environment, and I'm just going to click on this refresh inspections here. That's going to refresh the data from the database. And you'll see now our Jones Sports 1 has been properly recorded in the database from the mobile device. And all of that occurred from my iPhone connected to this development environment. So this allows you to test end-to-end, the front end, the back end, the mobile piece all together, which is very handy. So now I wanted to demonstrate something very important and shows you the power of the Alpha development environment system. I'm going to return into my list here. You'll notice I have my Jones Sports 1. I'm going to do the following. I'm going to go, and you're not seeing this, but I'm going to turn off my development server. So this will mimic the server not available to the mobile phone. So I'm going to go ahead and click here. I'm going to go up to Jones Sports. I'm going to go ahead and save that. So I've changed that. I'm going to go ahead and save this. And now I have my offline edit. So you notice even with the server off, I'm still able to do stuff. But now I'm going to go ahead and do a synchronize. And you'll notice that when I try to synchronize, it actually stays because there is no connection to the server. And obviously, we want to make sure that the user knows what's going on so they don't get confused. So we'd add some other information letting them know that they're disconnected and not able to sync. But this shows you how even when I'm offline, it's going to maintain my changes. Now I'm going to go back to my server. I'm restarting my server. So now it is fully active. So now what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to then do the synchronization again. And you'll notice that once it connected to the server, it was able to apply those changes. So you can actually sort of experiment and work with offline data, simulating a system going online, offline, etc., and watching the behaviors. As I mentioned before, I would obviously add some more information to let them know that it's attempting to synchronize. I would also add other information regarding, for instance, the fact that it couldn't connect, that it has reconnected. And there's a lot of built-in functionality in Alpha to be able to let you do that. So this is the power of the remote test capability within Alpha. Thank you so much for taking the Alpha203 Mobile Optimized Forms with Alpha Anywhere course. In this course, we took your core Alpha Anywhere mobile application development skills to the next level by using the distinct form view control. Here are the key topics we covered: the benefits of the form view control, creating your first form view, the list connection to the form view and offline data, form view concepts and data layout, data editors and associated data editor sets, the list form view editor data linkage, creating your own data editors, capturing images with the form view, mapping with the form view control. We also showed you how you could test your mobile application using the remote test capability. We also demonstrated enhancing the overall style of your mobile application to create a great user experience. And as an extra bonus, we added a desktop web system to view the data captured by your form view mobile application. Your next step in your Giant Killer training is our more advanced courses. If you want to learn more about building beautiful web dashboards, you can take Alpha203, Introduction to Web Dashboards with Alpha Anywhere. If you would like to focus on how to build web API systems using Alpha Anywhere, you can take the Alpha300, Introduction to Web Services using Alpha Anywhere. These courses are built to be able to take in any order as you see fit.